The intricate question of why symbols originating in the Middle Ages continue to grace the reflective facades of contemporary cities persists, a profound mystery rising like a wisp of smoke from the very foundations of ancient stone cathedrals and towering glass structures alike. It lingers in the urban atmosphere, refusing to dissipate entirely. Across vast continents and through the passage of countless centuries, an observer might uncover certain patterns that inexplicably repeat themselves. These are not merely decorative designs, but geometric configurations that first emerged under the silent guardianship of the enigmatic Knights Templar. The exploration delves into these subtle shadows, not merely the obvious ones cast by crumbling castles or age-old, dusty manuscripts. Instead, it seeks the more elusive echoes, those that stretch upward into the dizzying heights of skyscrapers and across the spans of modern bridges, whispering a forgotten language through an architecture that millions encounter daily, without truly perceiving its deeper meaning. The Knights Templar are widely remembered for their pivotal role in the Crusades, for their meteoric ascent and their subsequent brutal dissolution, and for the countless legends that continue to shroud their history. Yet, one might ponder a provocative possibility. What if one of their most significant legacies was not a cache of buried treasure or a collection of hidden relics, but something far more enduring and omnipresent, something meticulously etched into the very structural bones of our bustling cities? Consider the experience of strolling along a vibrant street in Paris, New York, or Washington, D.C. The rhythmic hum of the pavement resonates beneath one's footsteps, yet high above, perhaps within the elegant curve of an archway, or embedded in the precise rows of a window arrangement, or even woven into the meticulously measured angles of an entire urban district. A secret language lies dormant, waiting to be deciphered. For the vast majority, this intricate code will remain invisible. However, for those equipped with the knowledge and inclination to truly observe, these recurring forms resonate with profound meaning. They carry the faint, almost imperceptible whispers of an ancient order that purportedly vanished from the world 7 centuries ago. A compelling question then arises. What could have compelled the Templars to embed their intricate code within such enduring materials as stone and steel? And how, against all odds, could these delicate fragments of geometry possibly have withstood the relentless storms of time, the powerful decrees of papal suppression, the ravages of war, and the upheavals of revolution, only to resurface prominently in the modern skylines of today? Some commentators suggest that these occurrences are simply coincidental, proposing that architects merely gravitate towards and reuse forms that are aesthetically pleasing to the human eye. They argue that fundamental shapes like circles, crosses, spirals, and squares are universal archetypes, destined to re-emerge repeatedly throughout history without any direct connection to clandestine brotherhoods or ancient conspiracies. And yet, a persistent question nags. What if that particular explanation does not encompass the entire complex narrative? The Templars were far more than just formidable warriors. They functioned as astute administrators, innovative builders, and profound visionaries who traversed diverse cultures, diligently accumulating knowledge wherever their journeys took them. During their time in Jerusalem, they undoubtedly encountered the sophisticated principles of Islamic geometry, observing patterns intricately woven into the fabric of mosques and palaces that conveyed profound messages of infinity and divine harmony. Back in Europe, they supervised the construction of magnificent cathedrals that soared heavenward, embedding within their designs precise ratios that subtly hinted at a celestial order. It appeared that everywhere they established their presence, they sought to embed something far more significant than mere stone and mortar. Take, for instance, the towering skyscraper, an architectural marvel born in the crucible of the industrial age and a potent symbol of human ingenuity, steel-driven progress, and burgeoning commerce. Yet, even within these seemingly contemporary structures, subtle echoes can be discerned in the elaborate ornamentation above grand entrances, in the deliberate cross-shaped floor plans, and in the graceful ascent of spiraling staircases. These are ancient motifs, astonishingly resurrected and reimagined in modern materials. Could this phenomenon represent a deliberate transmission? A silent inheritance meticulously passed down from the skilled medieval stonemasons to the pioneering architects of modernity? Or is it perhaps an unconscious, almost primal repetition, a testament to the human spirit's enduring, perhaps even inevitable attraction to these same sacred and archetypal forms? A closer examination of Washington, D.C. reveals a fascinating tapestry. Its meticulously planned streets and iconic monuments are often found to be aligned with specific celestial bodies, triangles, and crosses. For some, this geometric arrangement is understood as the unmistakable language of Freemasonry. However, others whisper of a deeper lineage, suggesting that the Masons themselves might have inherited fragments of a much older, more profound Templar code. In the vibrant cityscape of Paris, resplendent rose windows bloom above grand avenues that lead to ancient obelisks and majestic arches, all intricately interwoven into a vast, deliberate network of geometry. Meanwhile, in New York, the shimmering Art Deco towers gleam with motifs that strikingly resemble crosses, radiant suns, and elegant spirals, symbols whose profound roots extend far beyond the mere dawn of the industrial age. Thus, the central question resurfaces with renewed urgency. Why do these persistent echoes of Templar symbols continue to rise from the gleaming glass and unyielding steel of our most modern urban centers? Is it conceivable that the Templars, with an uncanny foresight into their own impending destruction, deliberately chose to leave behind a legacy far more valuable than any material gold? Could it be that their true treasure was not tangible wealth, but rather an architectural one, a hidden script designed to withstand the scrutiny of inquisitors, the devastation of wars, and the relentless march of centuries? While some historians readily dismiss these intriguing parallels as mere flights of fantasy, others contend that architecture, perhaps more effectively than any written text, possesses an unparalleled capacity to preserve a secret. Stones, unlike parchment, cannot be incinerated. Architectural ratios, unlike doctrines, cannot be excommunicated. And the enduring principles of geometry, unlike spoken words, can never truly be silenced. Therefore, perhaps when one passes a magnificent cathedral or simply gazes upon the distinctive lines of a city skyline, one is inadvertently brushing against a legacy specifically engineered to be indestructible. It is a language composed not of fleeting words, but of enduring forms. These profound echoes are, in fact, all around us. They whisper from the very essence of steel. They shimmer tantalizingly in the reflective surfaces of glass, and they patiently wait in a profound silence, continually inviting observers to ask the fundamental question: are the cities we inhabit merely the product of meticulous engineers, or are they, in some profound and unseen way, shaped by an invisible hand, reaching out to us from the distant Middle Ages? This is precisely where the unfolding journey begins. From the rugged stone commanderies of the Templars to the gleaming glass towers of our contemporary world, this exploration will meticulously follow these enigmatic patterns. It will trace their obscure origins, their astonishing survival, and their haunting reappearance in places where, by all conventional logic, they should no longer exist. However, to truly comprehend how these enduring echoes have reached us, the investigation must first return to their primal source, the medieval world, the very crucible where the Templars first mastered the art of shaping inert stone into potent symbols. To unravel the intricate thread of these persistent echoes, one must journey back to the 12th century, a tumultuous era when the continent of Europe was gripped by a powerful duality of fervent faith and pervasive fear. It was a time when knights took solemn vows not merely of poverty and chastity, but of unwavering service to a cause so immense and profound that its full scope could never be articulated aloud in its entirety. The Knights Templar initially emerged as dedicated protectors of pilgrims navigating the perilous routes to Jerusalem. However, they soon evolved, becoming accomplished builders as much as formidable warriors. Everywhere their boots imprinted the earth, stones were meticulously raised, walls were precisely measured, and sacred sanctuaries gradually took form. Yet behind the visible battlements and barracks, something far more subtle and profound was being meticulously shaped, an architecture conceived not merely for convenience or defense, but as an intricate code. The Templars erected numerous strongholds across the vast expanse of Europe and throughout the Holy Land. These formidable fortresses, serene chapels, and functional commanderies adhered to a rigorous discipline that seemed to transcend purely military requirements. Some structures rose majestically in remote, isolated fields, while others stood prominently in the bustling hearts of nascent towns. Yet, each structure, in its very essence, seemed to whisper of something beyond mere defensive utility. Beneath their often austere and rough exteriors lay a series of deliberate, profound choices: the precise ratios of walls, their meticulous alignments with specific stars, the careful embedding of circles within squares, all echoing patterns that remarkably reappeared across disparate continents. Consider, for instance, the Commandery of Laon in France. Its chapel stands at a strikingly unconventional angle, purposefully not aligned with the surrounding streets, but rather with the precise path of the sun at the critical moment of the solstice. Or turn one's thoughts to Tamar in Portugal, where the magnificent convent of Christ reveals a distinctive round church. This structure was modeled not only on the revered Church of the Holy Sepulchre, but was also layered with complex geometries that powerfully suggest a mystical and esoteric import. These architectural choices were clearly not driven by practical necessity. They were unequivocally intentional, carrying a profound meaning designed to endure far longer than any spoken or written words. Some scholars are convinced that the Templars acquired this hidden language within the sacred city of Jerusalem itself. There, within the awe-inspiring Dome of the Rock and the venerable Al-Aqsa Mosque, where they famously established their first headquarters, they would have had unparalleled exposure to Islamic architects and master artisans. These craftsmen meticulously infused their work with a sophisticated geometry that reflected a profound understanding of divine order. Circles, stars, octagons, and spirals were not merely decorative embellishments. They were potent reflections of eternity, symbolic representations of the cosmos intricately mapped onto enduring stone. Could it be that the Templars, deeply impressed by these principles, consciously adopted them, artfully weaving them into the very fabric of their own distinctive architecture? If this indeed holds true, then their buildings transcended their utilitarian roles as mere military outposts. They evolved into profound repositories of ancient wisdom, representing a unique synthesis of Eastern and Western thought, of Christian theology and esoteric science. Yet, these deeper meanings remained carefully veiled. To the casual passerby, a chapel was simply a place for prayer, a fortress merely a stronghold for defense. But for those initiated into the hidden codes, the very walls seemed to speak. The arches curved not solely for structural strength, but for profound symbolic resonance. The precise thickness of the stone, the exact distance between supporting pillars, and even the deliberate placement of doorways, all were arranged to create intricate patterns largely invisible to most discerning eyes. It is tempting, therefore, to view these monumental structures as nothing more than practical remnants of medieval construction. But why, then, do they resonate with the very same forms that later dramatically surface in the soaring Gothic cathedrals, and then again in the opulent Renaissance palaces, and astonishingly, still again in the sleek designs of modern cities? Was there truly a silent, unbroken transmission? An esoteric knowledge beginning its journey within these ancient, shadowed stones of the Templar order? The Templars themselves left behind remarkably few written manuals detailing their specific architectural intentions. If such documents ever existed, they were almost certainly incinerated, confiscated, or meticulously hidden during the brutal purge that definitively ended the order in the 14th century. What remains today are the stones themselves, mute, yet remarkably enduring, and perhaps this enduring silence was always their ultimate purpose. A book can be irrevocably lost, a sacred relic can be stolen, but a chapel meticulously aligned to the stars endures through millennia. A floor plan echoing cosmic geometry persists long after names and banners have faded into oblivion. As one imagines these formidable strongholds bathed in moonlight, their ancient walls casting long, enigmatic shadows, consider the profound possibility that the Templars were never merely defending earthly pilgrims. Perhaps they were, in fact, defending something far grander, a meticulously traced map of the heavens imprinted onto the earth itself, subtly hidden in plain sight within the very stones of their own sacred buildings. This profound and enduring legacy is the thread that must now be followed forward. From these medieval shadows, it winds its way into the luminous geometries that later adorned the great cathedrals. The Templars' hidden allegories continuing their silent journey, patiently awaiting rediscovery by those willing to dedicate themselves to reading their timeless, silent script. If there is one particular shape that most clearly whispers of a hidden, profound design, it is the compelling marriage of the circle and the square. To the casual, untrained eye, it appears as a simple diagram, the kind of figure one might idly sketch on a piece of parchment without much thought. However, to the Knights Templar, and indeed to many who preceded and succeeded them, This potent pairing embodied nothing less than the sacred meeting point of heaven and earth. The square, with its four distinct sides, is inherently earthly. It echoes the cardinal directions of the compass, the fundamental elements of matter, and the grounded solidity of that which is measurable and known. The circle, conversely, is divine. It possesses no discernible beginning or end. It speaks eloquently of eternity, of the celestial bodies turning in their silent cosmic dance, of a perfection that cannot be confined or limited. When these two fundamental shapes overlap, a profound mystery is born. Spirit tangibly touches matter. The eternal seamlessly infuses the temporal. It is therefore hardly astonishing that this distinctive motif recurs with persistent regularity throughout Templar architectural endeavors. Within their hallowed chapels, for instance, the sanctity of circular sanctuaries was frequently embraced by the embrace of square courtyards. Similarly, in the formidable fortresses they constructed, robust towers would often ascend from angular square foundations, only for their inner sanctums, the chapels, to unfurl gracefully into perfect circles. A singularly compelling illustration of this intricate design philosophy is meticulously preserved at the Convent of Christ in Tomar, Portugal, where a magnificent circular church finds itself enveloped by starkly angular, defensive walls, forming a sacred nucleus meticulously encased within a formidable martial exterior. One is compelled to ponder, was this recurring pattern a mere happenstance, or a profound, deliberate lesson meticulously etched into enduring stone? Further contemplative thought should be directed towards the intricate ground plans of various Templar commanderies. Architectural analyses and precise measurements frequently unveil proportions that resonate deeply with ancient, sacred numerical sequences, such as the enigmatic 3712. Within these conceptual frameworks, a perfect square might elegantly encompass a circle, and within that very circle, a cross could be inscribed, its cardinal points mirroring the celestial directions of the zodiac. To a casual, unobservant visitor, these intricate layouts would have appeared as nothing more than an arrangement of functional rooms and connecting hallways. Yet, for those privileged with initiation into the deeper mysteries, the very foundational blueprint of these structures transformed into a profound, living diagram of cosmic creation. The genesis of this esoteric architectural knowledge invites considerable scholarly inquiry. Some researchers confidently trace its origins to the legendary Temple of Solomon, that revered structure which served as such a profound wellspring of inspiration for the distinctive identity of the Templar order. Biblical accounts themselves furnish detailed descriptions of its precise dimensions, a design widely believed to reflect a divinely ordained cosmic order. Conversely, other scholars posit that the pervasive circle-square motif possesses an even more ancient lineage, its presence discernible within the profound Pythagorean teachings, manifesting in the sophisticated geometries of Islamic architecture, and even echoing in the intricate mandalas of the Eastern spiritual traditions. It is plausible, then, that the Templars were not originators, but rather profound inheritors of an eternal, universal truth, a sacred wisdom meticulously transmitted across generations, much like a clandestine flame, perpetually safeguarded within the enduring stones erected by the faithful. Nevertheless, an alternative and equally compelling hypothesis presents itself. What if the Knights Templar themselves transcended the role of mere inheritors, actively embracing the mantle of transmitters? What if their foresight ensured that this potent symbol would not succumb to oblivion with their eventual demise, but would instead firmly embed itself, taking deep root within the subsequent traditions that emerged and flourished in their wake? Indeed, for many centuries following the dramatic dissolution and downfall of the Templar order, the compelling image of the circle encapsulated within the square conspicuously reappears. It manifests with striking elegance in the intricate tracery of Gothic rose windows, adorns the serene courtyards of the Renaissance, and is subtly woven into the very fabric of city grids meticulously planned by master architects known to be affiliated with clandestine guilds. Even within the sprawling layouts of contemporary capitals across the globe, one can discern the deliberate imprinting of circles within squares on urban maps, a foundational pattern that pulses with a rhythmic, almost biological regularity, echoing like an enduring heartbeat across the vast expanse of time. Was this widespread recurrence a mere happenstance, a series of unrelated coincidences, or the meticulous execution of a grand, overarching design? When one traverses the boulevards of such a city, perhaps most notably Washington, D.C., with its iconic circular rotunda elegantly framed by a network of angular avenues, one is, whether consciously aware or not, navigating within a dynamic, living diagram. The rectilinear streets firmly anchor the pedestrian to the terrestrial realm, providing a sense of grounded stability. In stark contrast, the expansive circular plazas and rotundas invariably draw the gaze upward, beckoning the mind towards the celestial. This urban experience transcends mere functionality. It is profoundly symbolic, subtly shaping the very cadence of our movement, influencing the intricate pathways of our thoughts, and inspiring the boundless landscapes of our dreams. Could this profound and pervasive influence have constituted the ultimate overarching ambition of the Templars? To meticulously construct a world where every single structure, from the grandest cathedral to the humblest dwelling, silently conveyed profound meaning. A world where geometry itself, through its inherent forms and relationships, whispered eloquently of perfect balance, of inherent harmony, and of a long-forgotten unity between the realms of spirit and tangible matter. While absolute certainty remains elusive, the undeniable persistence of the circle within the square strongly suggests something far more profound than mere random chance. It points towards a deliberate, unwavering intention, meticulously carried forward by generations of masons and architects who, though they may never have uttered the name of the Templars, nonetheless bore their sacred geometry like a flickering torch, illuminating the pathways through the encroaching darkness of time. Therefore, the next occasion, one encounters a public plaza featuring a circular fountain elegantly positioned within a square perimeter, or observes a towering edifice whose majestic round dome rests upon robust, angular foundations, a moment of thoughtful pause is warranted. One might very well be standing within the embrace of a symbol far more ancient and imbued with deeper significance than initially perceived. A symbol that carries the hushed, hidden voice of an order widely believed to have been irrevocably lost to the ravages of fire and treacherous betrayal. The circle within the square, a profound representation of heaven contained within earth, an enduring code inscribed not upon fragile parchment or within sacred relics, but indelibly etched into the very stones that meticulously sculpt and define our modern cities. Yet, when the mind conjures an image of a medieval fortress or a sacred chapel meticulously erected by the Knights Templar, the initial focus inevitably gravitates towards the imposing walls and formidable towers, towards the sheer, unyielding mass of stone purposefully designed to withstand relentless siege and the relentless march of time. Nevertheless, artfully concealed within these very walls resides a subtler, quieter language, a language eloquently articulated through the masterful use of arches. The arch, in its fundamental essence, is simultaneously a practical engineering marvel and a profound poetic statement. Its inherent curve ingeniously distributes immense weight, thereby enabling structures to ascend to greater heights and to endure for vastly extended periods. However, within the skilled hands of the Templars, the arch transcended its purely utilitarian engineering function. It was transformed into a veritable gateway, a profound threshold, not merely demarcating the passage between one physical room and another, but conceptually bridging the chasm between the tangible, seen world and the enigmatic, unseen realms. To step beneath the graceful curve of one of these ancient arches is to consciously enter a liminal space, a place betwixt and between. The clamor and concerns of the external world recede, falling away behind you, while the profound stillness of the interior gently yet irresistibly draws you forward. It is within this very act of transition, this deliberate movement, that a deeper, resonant meaning often lies. Many Templar arches are far from being simple, unadorned curves. They are meticulously carved with subtle, intricate patterns. One might observe chevrons, radiant stars, and complex interlacing forms that appear to subtly guide the eye inward, directing one's focus towards a central, often symbolic point. Some proponents of Templar lore believe these were not merely decorative embellishments at all, but rather sophisticated coded symbols, serving as silent reminders to the faithful that every physical passageway is, in essence, an allegory for a spiritual journey. Consider, for instance, the commandery of Lyon in France, where the entrance to its chapel boasts a striking pointed arch whose stones are delicately etched with 8-petaled rosettes. To the majority of pilgrims, these would have appeared simply as stylized flowers, a common and innocuous decorative motif. However, to those initiated into the hidden knowledge, these rosettes suggested something far more profound, perhaps a compass delineating sacred directions, or even the unfolding petals of a cosmic mandala. Passing through such an arch, it is argued, was to undergo a silent, symbolic initiation, irrespective of whether one consciously grasped its deeper significance. A compelling contrast also emerges when considering the distinct forms of round and pointed arches. The robust, rounded Romanesque style, often associated with earlier periods, speaks eloquently of foundational stability, of timeless eternity, and of the unbroken, cyclical wheel of existence. Conversely, the elegant pointed Gothic arch, a form which the Templars played a pivotal role in disseminating and popularizing, instinctively lifts the observer's gaze upward, drawing thought and aspiration from the terrestrial realm towards the celestial heavens. One is provoked to ask, were these stylistic choices merely aesthetic preferences, or were they profoundly deliberate, each architectural shape meticulously chosen to carry a hidden specific instruction? The round, perhaps, signifying the eternal and unchanging, the pointed, symbolizing the aspirational and divine ascent, together intricately weaving a complex, unspoken language of both spiritual elevation and enduring permanence. While some conventional historians assert that arches were simply practical tools of the era, adopted primarily for their structural efficacy, the enduring presence of these coded carvings directly challenges such a simplistic interpretation. Why would master masons expend considerable effort to embed intricate stars and delicate roses in locations where no structural or aesthetic requirement dictated their inclusion? Furthermore, why do arches at numerous Templar sites frequently exhibit proportions that align precisely with ancient, sacred numerical values? Is this merely a series of fortuitous accidents, or the undeniable manifestation of deliberate, profound intention? There are persistent whispers among esoteric circles that the Templars meticulously concealed entire lessons within the very fabric of these architectural gateways. Much like a written book necessitates a reader capable of deciphering its text, so too does an arch demand an observer possessing the discerning eye to perceive its hidden truths. To the uninitiated, it remained simply an assemblage of carved stone. Yet to the members of the Brotherhood, it served as scripture without words, a profound geometry lesson, a potent spiritual parable, and a constant reminder that the seemingly disparate qualities of strength and beauty need not ever be divided, but rather coexist in perfect harmony. And as the centuries gracefully unfolded, these arches did not simply vanish into historical obscurity. Rather, they multiplied with astonishing proliferation. The magnificent Gothic cathedrals that began to rise across Europe shortly after the zenith of the Templars' influence became veritable forests of arches, their doorways soaring into breathtakingly pointed curves, and their ribbed vaults crisscrossing overhead like intricate constellations in a celestial dome. Could it be that what began as a profound architectural language within the fortified strongholds of the Templars subsequently became the vital seed for an entire transformative architectural movement that redefined the European landscape? Even in the contemporary world, the echoes of this ancient architectural wisdom persist. One need only step into a modern courthouse, a grand museum, or even a bustling train station, and arches will invariably be found overhead. These curves are not merely functional, they are deeply symbolic, silently carrying forward a profound tradition that very few now consciously remember. Sometimes they are elegantly flanked by stylized roses, at other times by radiant stars, or perhaps by intricate patterns that evoke an oddly ancient, resonant feeling. These are the silent reverberations of a forgotten language, a testament to the fact that the arch is profoundly more than a mere doorway. It is a fundamental threshold between distinct worlds, the world of the tangible material realm and the profound world of meaning and symbolism. The Templars, it appears, possessed an exceptionally deep understanding of this principle, and so they left their arches behind, not solely to provide structural support for walls, but to meticulously uphold enduring mysteries. The next time you find yourself passing beneath an archway, consider pausing for a reflective moment. Allow your gaze to slowly trace the majestic curve and deliberately search for any concealed symbols within the stone, perhaps a rose, a spiral, or a star. You may well discover that you are traversing more than a simple entrance. You might, in fact, be stepping through a portal of profound silence, one that still softly whispers with the hidden resonant voice of the Templars. Light, in its ethereal essence, has perpetually been revered as sacred. It seamlessly permeates our world, often entering unseen, subtly bending and scattering its rays, thereby imbuing the very air with the vibrant hues of life and the comforting embrace of warmth. However, for the Knights Templar and for those who diligently followed their clandestine spiritual trajectory, light transcended mere physical illumination. It possessed the profound capacity to function as a language, a medium for unspoken communication. Consider, for instance, the magnificent stained glass windows that adorned medieval chapels. To the casual, unobservant eye, these vibrant panels simply narrated familiar stories, tales of saints, accounts of martyrs, and iconic biblical scenes. As the sun traversed the sky, its light would dance and shift, projecting a kaleidoscope of colors across the cold stone floors, literally bringing these ancient narratives to vivid, ephemeral life. Yet, these extraordinary windows served a dual purpose. They were also meticulous secret keepers. Amidst the vivid tapestry of reds and blues, subtle, intricate geometries lay cunningly concealed, circles gracefully nested within squares, radiant stars intricately placed within delicate rosettes, and triangles purposefully pointing skyward, all silently transmitting messages intended solely for the discerning gaze of the initiated. A number of contemporary scholars propose that the Templars may have ingeniously utilized stained glass as sophisticated teaching tools. While ordinary pilgrims would apprehend the surface narratives of faith and devotion, those rigorously trained in the esoteric, hidden arts could decipher deeper, more profound layers of meaning. These included intricate moral codes, complex allegorical lessons, and even precise geographical coordinates leading to other sacred sites. Imagine sunlight streaming through such a window, carrying not merely the spectacle of color, but an entire compendium of knowledge, meticulously encoded within the precise spacing of the panes, the deliberate sequence of the motifs, and the very proportions of each depicted figure. The rose window, arguably the most celebrated of these ingenious devices, warrants particular scrutiny. Its numerous petals, each precisely measured and meticulously crafted, radiate outwards from a central hub, much like the spokes of a cosmic truth, disseminating profound wisdom. Some adherents of Templar lore believe that the rose itself is a potent emblem of purity, signifying an unblemished spiritual state. Others contend that it cunningly conceals the intricate map of a secret lineage, a hidden bloodline whose existence the established church allegedly sought relentlessly to suppress. Regardless of interpretation, light, when passing through these sacred windows, transcended its purely physical properties. It was transmuted into revelation itself, a subtle yet undeniably insistent cascade of profound insight. In revered sites such as Chartres Cathedral, the sheer geometric complexity embedded within the stained glass is nothing short of astonishing. Circles seamlessly interlock with squares, triangles deliberately point towards hidden alcoves, and stars are strategically positioned in ways that achieve precise alignment with specific celestial constellations at particular junctures of the year. One is left to ponder, could it be that countless pilgrims unknowingly followed these celestial directions, their spiritual journeys subtly guided by this intricate and purposeful interplay of light and vibrant color? Some have quietly suggested that the very windows themselves served as intricate mechanisms, sophisticated instruments of a forgotten scholarly discipline, meticulously designed to attune human perception with a transcendent, divine cosmic arrangement. What remains truly astonishing is the remarkable persistence of this profound wisdom, even in the wake of the Knights Templars' dramatic downfall. When the ecclesiastical pronouncements from the papacy decreed the dissolution of the order and mandated the incineration of its voluminous archives, these enigmatic windows stood resilient and undisturbed. Stone and glass, by their inherent nature, possess a remarkable resistance to the ravages of fire in ways that fragile parchment cannot possibly emulate. Consequently, the profound messages embedded by the Templars continued to radiate, veiled in plain sight, patiently awaiting through the long passage of centuries for those individuals sufficiently inquisitive or adequately instructed to discern their deeply concealed mysteries. Even in subsequent historical epochs, fascinating reverberations of these ancient concepts are discernible. Cathedrals constructed during the Renaissance and significant civic edifices frequently showcased expansive circular windows, sometimes manifesting as explicit rose windows, and at other times appearing as abstract symbolic motifs that nevertheless reflected the identical sacred mathematical proportions. In contemporary architectural constructions, vast expanses of glass panels, strategically placed skylights, and elaborate curtain walls orchestrate the play of sunlight into deliberate and captivating patterns, subtly mirroring those venerable antique designs. One is compelled to ponder, are these recurring motifs conscious tributes, deliberate acts of homage, or merely an unconscious, deeply ingrained repetition of forms that have become indelibly imprinted within the collective architectural memory? Perhaps the demarcation between genuine inspiration and the unconscious legacy of inheritance is considerably more permeable than we are inclined to believe. Certain proponents of this theory posit that light itself was purposefully selected by the Templars as a clandestine medium due to its dual nature. It is simultaneously universally accessible and inherently ephemeral. Messages meticulously etched into durable stone are undeniably permanent, yet they remain inert and static. Conversely, messages artfully encoded within light are vibrant, dynamic, and perpetually in flux, shifting with the inexorable march of time and the variability of space, thereby revealing profound truths only when the discerning observer possesses the precise knowledge of when and where to direct their gaze. It is, in essence, a sophisticated language that demands considerable patience, acute powers of observation, and perhaps a certain innate willingness to perceive that which remains inherently invisible to the casual eye. The next occasion, you find yourself traversing the hallowed confines of a chapel, or casting your gaze upward towards the sun-drenched expanse of an atrium. Take a deliberate moment to observe with meticulous attention how the light gracefully descends and interacts with its surroundings. Be vigilant for the subtle emergence of concealed geometric configurations, the rhythmic cadence of the individual panes, the exquisite symmetry that appears far too precise to be merely an accidental occurrence. You might, in that profound moment, be privileged to witness something far grander than mere aesthetic splendor. You may in fact be privy to a hushed whisper from the distant past, a quiet, contemplative dialogue spanning many centuries, a deeply guarded secret meticulously preserved within the shimmering medium of glass itself. For the enigmatic Knights Templar, these magnificent windows transcended their purely decorative function. They were, in essence, vigilant guardians. They served as guardians of an esoteric knowledge, a wisdom deemed too perilous to be openly articulated, too strictly forbidden to be committed to the pages of a book. yet possessing the remarkable capacity to endure the relentless march of time if positioned with meticulous care and deliberate intent. And indeed, endure they did. These exquisite stained glass whispers persist to this very day, gracing the interiors of venerable cathedrals, majestic palaces, and even significant governmental edifices, perpetually extending their silent invitation towards those who possess the unique ability to decipher their intricate language, gently guiding their eyes and thoughts along pathways that are only partially unveiled. They stand as a powerful testament, a poignant reminder that some profound secrets do not necessitate the articulation of words to survive. They require only the ephemeral presence of light and the discerning attention of someone genuinely willing to perceive its subtle yet profound message. We frequently navigate our daily routines with an almost reflexive lack of conscious awareness, our feet treading upon stone, tile, or concrete, as if the very ground beneath us were nothing more than an inert, neutral stage. Yet, for the sagacious Knights Templar, the floor held as much expressive potential and profound significance as the towering walls that soared above it. Beneath the rhythmic cadence of our steps, entire strata of intricate meaning could be meticulously encoded, patiently awaiting the perceptive gaze of eyes specifically trained to discern their hidden significance. Labyrinths, for instance, were far more than mere ornamental embellishments. In numerous Templar sites, particularly within the commanderies scattered across France, winding, intricate pathways were painstakingly etched into the stone flooring, guiding pilgrims through circular trajectories that, to the uninitiated, might have appeared entirely arbitrary, yet were, in fact, meticulously measured and precisely designed. Some of these labyrinths served as profound allegories, mirroring the transformative journey of life itself, from its initial entrance to its ultimate center, symbolizing a progression from a state of ignorance towards the illuminating embrace of enlightenment. Others may have functioned as sophisticated coded maps, subtly indicating the locations of precious relics, sacred ceremonial spaces, or clandestine chambers carefully concealed beneath the very fabric of the chapel. Compass roses, intricately inscribed into floor tiles, communicated a similar esoteric language. Adorned with 4, 8, or 12 distinct points, these geometric designs were meticulously aligned with celestial directions, significant solstices, and the predictable movements of distant planets. Pilgrims and monks, perhaps entirely unbeknownst to them, might have instinctively followed these patterns, tracing a path dictated not by mundane earthly geography, but by the grand, overarching rhythms of the heavens. Could these intricate floor designs represent the earliest known instances of a Templar map meticulously rendered in enduring stone, or perhaps a sophisticated methodology devised to embed sacred cosmic order within the very act of human locomotion? Even the specific materials meticulously chosen for these floor constructions carried profound symbolic weight. Dark, somber stones juxtaposed with lighter, luminous stones, meticulously arranged into intricate geometric patterns, are frequently observed in Templar commanderies and chapels. While some scholars contend that this arrangement was purely an aesthetic consideration, a different perspective emerges when these floors are viewed from an elevated vantage point. From above, these patterned floors coalesce to form striking designs, stars, crosses, circles, and even mesmerizing spirals that eerily mirror forms observed in the windows, arches, and walls of the same structures. It is as though the floor completes a silent architectural symphony, each distinct layer of the building resonating with the others in a profound and concealed harmony. When the ecclesiastical authorities of the Church initiated their campaign to dismantle the Templar order in the early 14th century, countless manuscripts were consigned to flames, immense treasures were summarily seized, and numerous prominent names were irrevocably condemned. Yet, through this tumultuous period, the floors steadfastly endured. They could not be summarily removed or utterly destroyed without simultaneously causing irreparable damage to the very structural integrity of the building itself. Perhaps the astute Templars presciently understood that these intricate geometric messages possessed a far greater capacity for endurance than perishable ink or fragile parchment, capable of surviving through centuries of human conflict and upheaval. Certain labyrinths transcended mere decorative aesthetics, extending into the realm of practical secrecy. Concealed trapdoors, meticulously hidden cellars, and intricate underground passages were often seamlessly integrated into these complex designs, their very presence ingeniously disguised by the elaborate geometry of the floor patterns. Few individuals who traversed these floors would have ever realized that beneath each precisely measured step lay a network of secret corridors, potentially leading to invaluable relics, crucial documents, or a wealth of treasures that the order was desperately attempting to safeguard. The profound symbolic nature of these intricately designed floors may have served yet another significant purpose: to facilitate deep meditation. The act of walking along a labyrinth, meticulously tracing the points of a compass rose, or deliberately stepping across an intricately patterned floor, could induce a profound, trance-like state in a monk or a knight. The rhythmic cadence of footsteps, perfectly aligned with the principles of sacred geometry, possess the power to sharpen the mind, orient the soul, and meticulously prepare the individual for sacred rites or profound revelations deemed too perilous for the uninitiated. Even in subsequent historical epochs, echoes of these ancient practices remarkably persisted. Renaissance palaces, grand Baroque churches, and even certain civic buildings incorporated floor patterns that distinctly reflected ancient symbolism. The recurring motifs of squares precisely nested within circles, intricate spirals, and intersecting linear designs all strongly suggest a remarkable continuity of thought and architectural tradition. This continuity perhaps points to the enduring influence of builders and artisans trained in traditions that directly descended from the very Templars themselves. And so, in our contemporary existence, we find ourselves quite literally traversing layers of hidden knowledge. Modern travelers, diligent students, and busy office workers may unwittingly cross tiles that faithfully mirror patterns meticulously laid down more than 7 centuries ago. They may walk without conscious thought, yet the profound geometry beneath their feet continues to resonate, serving as an invisible guide for those perceptive enough to notice. A silent yet powerful link stretching across the vast expanse of time. Could it be that the sagacious Templars, possessing a grim foreknowledge that their powerful order was destined to be crushed, purposefully embedded a sophisticated map within the very floors of their structures? A map not merely of physical locations, but a profound cartography of knowledge itself, meticulously encoded into the very paths that their successors would inevitably tread. Perhaps the arduous journey was always intended to be undertaken slowly, one deliberate step at a time, with the profound mystery gradually revealing itself only to those patient enough to perceive its intricate unfolding beneath their very feet. The next time your gaze happens to fall upon a beautifully patterned tile, an exquisite marble inlay, or an intricate labyrinthine walkway, take a moment to pause. Allow your eyes to slowly trace its intricate contours. Perhaps, much like the devout pilgrims of antiquity, you are following more than just a simple path. You are, in fact, tracing the secret geometry of a hidden order, a profound design meticulously crafted to endure beyond the destructive forces of fire, the ravages of conquest, and the inexorable passage of countless years. The very floor beneath us is not, in fact, silent. It steadfastly remembers. It subtly whispers. And for those discerning individuals who are truly willing to listen, it may yet unveil secrets far older and more profound than the very stones themselves. Every truly compelling narrative of profound secrecy inevitably reaches a pivotal juncture where the overwhelming forces of established power unleash their formidable might. For the venerable Knights Templar, that devastating blow arrived with the full, crushing weight of the Church itself. In the nascent years of the 14th century, Pope Clement V, succumbing to immense and relentless political coercion, issued a series of sweeping decrees that aimed to utterly expunge the Templars from the annals of recorded history. Their once powerful order was unceremoniously disbanded. Their esteemed leaders were brutally arrested, subjected to horrific torture, and ultimately executed. Their formidable castles were summarily seized, their vast treasures ruthlessly confiscated, and their invaluable manuscripts systematically destroyed. Yet amidst this widespread destruction, the resilient stones refused to burn. The imposing walls steadfastly endured. The intricate carvings, the majestic arches, the complex floor patterns, and the radiant stained glass all miraculously survived the relentless hammer of authoritative suppression. And in their remarkable endurance, they transcended their original function as mere buildings. They transformed into silent, unwavering witnesses, meticulously safeguarding a profound knowledge that the Church, despite its immense power, could not possibly erase. One can vividly imagine the bustling corridors of a Templar commandery during the terrifying period of the Purge. Knights and clerics, gripped by a frantic urgency, would have hurried to conceal precious relics, vital parchments, and sacred objects. Some persistent whispers suggest that the intricate geometric codes were deliberately left intact, meticulously designed to endure, even if every other tangible sign of the order was irrevocably lost. Perhaps the sagacious Templars inherently understood that architectural structures possessed an unparalleled capacity to outlast persecution in a manner that fragile manuscripts could never hope to achieve. The papal hammer, a potent symbol of authority, was both a literal instrument of destruction and a powerful metaphorical force. It sought to utterly crush a formidable and deeply secretive order, but its very application, paradoxically, scattered fragments of this hidden understanding even further. Much like sparks forcefully cast across the breadth of Europe, builders and masons, some of whom were unjustly arrested, others displaced from their homes and livelihoods, carried these vital fragments of esoteric knowledge into new and diverse architectural projects. Majestic cathedrals rose towards the heavens. Grand palaces expanded their imposing footprints, and bustling city squares were meticulously laid out, all quietly echoing the Templars' profound, hidden mathematics. This tumultuous period also marked a significant transformation. What had once been overtly Templar, the distinctive commanderies, the recognizable insignia, the prominent banners, now needed to become meticulously concealed. Geometry itself evolved into a sophisticated language. Intricate patterns and recurring motifs were subtly embedded, often ingeniously disguised as mere ornamental flourishes or artfully borrowed from classical and Islamic sources. In doing so, the profound ideas of the Templars transcended their immediate collapse, seamlessly entering a lineage of carefully guarded secrecy that would profoundly influence generations of builders and artisans for centuries to come. The relentless hammer of suppression, no matter how forceful, proved utterly incapable of erasing a symbol meticulously carved in enduring stone or expertly cast in radiant glass. A magnificent rose window steadfastly remained. A graceful arch continued to stand tall. An intricate labyrinth persisted. Even the clandestine underground passages, cunningly concealed beneath newly constructed floors, retained their original hidden alignment. The Church possessed the formidable power to issue dictatorial orders, to incinerate historical records, and to prosecute individuals, but it could not, by any decree, command the enduring memory so deeply and irrevocably embedded within the very fabric of architecture. It is entirely plausible that this was the intrinsic objective of the Templar Order. Their influence stemmed not exclusively from military might or vast material wealth, but profoundly from an esoteric understanding, a corpus of knowledge deemed too perilous for public articulation. Should such profound wisdom be meticulously enshrined within enduring stone, silently conveyed to those equipped to decipher its intricate layers, then its longevity would assuredly transcend ephemeral papal mandates, withstand countless eras of societal upheaval, and even outlast the eventual demise of sovereign realms. Reports circulating from that tumultuous epoch suggest that a contingent of Templars sought refuge in distant lands, journeying progressively northward and westward. They carried with them not merely tangible possessions that could be physically transported, but more crucially, an intangible heritage transmissible through the sophisticated artistry of craft. Aspiring masons, seasoned journeymen, and master builders alike assiduously absorbed the profound insights of sacred geometry, the subtleties of coded messages, and the principles of symbolic cosmic alignment. Through these vital human conduits, the clandestine lexicon of the Templars made an astonishing leap across vast spans of chronological time and geographical expanse, patiently awaiting fresh hands to imbue it with tangible architectural manifestation. The formidable papal injunction, while undoubtedly a crushing blow, ironically guaranteed the enduring legacy of the Templar Code. In its determined endeavor to utterly expunge the order from existence, the Church inadvertently compelled its esoteric knowledge to retreat into the covert realm of symbols and structural forms, elements that proved inherently resistant to complete obliteration. This very act of forceful suppression, paradoxically, cultivated an unforeseen resilience. Consequently, when we meticulously examine the magnificent medieval cathedrals, the opulent palaces, or even the more utilitarian modern civic buildings of today, we are, in essence, encountering the nuanced, resonant echoes of a profound resistance, meticulously preserved within their architectural forms and inherent ratios, rather than in explicit written documents or overt historical testimonies. Perhaps this constitutes the most profound and enduring philosophical legacy bequeathed by the Templars. Earthly power, in its relentless pursuit, may strive to silence dissenting voices, to erase inconvenient histories, and to utterly dominate narratives. However, symbols, when chosen with meticulous care and positioned with deliberate precision, possess an unparalleled capacity to endure. They transport profound messages far beyond the reach of persecution, transmit hushed whispers that defy all forms of judgment, and safeguard secrets that can persist across many centuries, provided they are concealed with sufficient ingenuity. When one perambulates beneath majestic arches, allows their gaze to linger upon the intricate beauty of rose windows, or carefully traces the elaborate patterns of labyrinthine floors, they are actively engaging with a segment of history that resolutely defied the destructive force of the papal hammer. We find ourselves traversing the surviving vestiges of an intricate code, not safeguarded within secure vaults or fragile manuscripts, but rather immanently preserved within the silent, eloquent architecture of a brotherhood that seemingly vanished from historical record. The papal hammer indeed descended with crushing force, yet it possessed no power to shatter every fragment of their legacy, and, in that which it could not annihilate, it inadvertently forged an enduring mystery that continues to unveil itself subtly beneath our very footsteps and majestically above our heads. At the tragic juncture when the Templars were formally dissolved and their venerable leaders summarily executed, it is crucial to recognize that not all their accumulated wisdom perished. A number of members managed to evade capture, carrying with them that which truly defied destruction: their collective memories, their specialized techniques, and the silent, profound language of geometry intricately encoded within the very edifices they had so masterfully constructed. These resilient survivors subsequently moved through their homelands like spectral figures, largely unnoticed, yet each bearing a sacred and weighty burden that no decree from the papacy could ever hope to extinguish. The profound philosophical notion that knowledge can perpetually reside within the vast repository of human memory is an ancient one, and the Templars appear to have possessed a remarkably sophisticated understanding of this principle. They meticulously trained their apprentices, their young masons, and their novices not merely in the pragmatic and functional aspects of construction, but equally, and perhaps more importantly, in the intricate symbolism and precise ratios that fundamentally defined their distinctive architectural style. Each individual stone carefully laid, each graceful arch meticulously formed, each floor intricately patterned, represented a profound lesson, patiently awaiting its revelation to the subsequent generation. Even as the contemporary world around them was relentlessly striving to obliterate their very existence, the essential core of their specialized craft persisted, quietly whispered from the lips of an experienced teacher to the attentive ear of an eager student. Significantly, many of these survivors chose not to remain within established religious orders. Instead, some transitioned into becoming secular builders, traversing various towns and burgeoning cities, offering their exceptional skills while meticulously concealing the true nature of their past affiliations. They skillfully embedded the distinctive Templar geometry into a myriad of civic buildings, into robust bridges, into grand palaces, and into a diverse array of structures that were destined to outlive the reigns of kings and the rise and fall of political regimes. The profound understanding of sacred proportions, of precise celestial alignments, and of intricate hidden patterns, ingeniously permeated the very essence and fabric of urban existence. This knowledge was often cunningly disguised as mere ornamentation, frequently overlooked and dismissed by the uninitiated and unaware, yet it remained perfectly intelligible and transparent to those who had been specifically trained to perceive its deeper significance. Consider, for example, the intricate details of a medieval guild hall. Its robust walls are frequently adorned with elaborate carvings depicting stylized roses, elegant spirals, and celestial stars. To the casual observer, these appear to be nothing more than pleasant aesthetic choices, purely decorative elements. However, for those who had undergone initiation into the Templar traditions, each distinct motif carried a profound and multi-layered message, perhaps a subtle hidden reference to a revered Templar site, a poignant reminder of a fundamental principle of sacred proportion, or even a nuanced moral instruction encoded within the precise geometry of the design. Through these exceedingly subtle and often overlooked channels, the dedicated survivors ensured that the invaluable Templar legacy would never truly vanish. Some historical murmurs suggest that the Templar survivors discreetly established informal networks, forming clandestine communities of highly skilled builders and craftsmen who diligently continued their specialized work in quiet secrecy. These individuals would convene in unobtrusive taverns, bustling workshops, or secluded private chambers, meticulously sharing intricate diagrams and complex patterns in a coded language. They would patiently instruct new apprentices, nurturing the next generation, who might one day carry this invaluable knowledge forward. Even in the absence of a formal, centralized organization, the deeply ingrained ethos of secrecy endured, thereby forging a continuous chain of transmission that would subtly ripple through the cultural landscape of Renaissance Europe and extend far beyond. This profound silence was not accidental. It was a meticulously deliberate strategy. Spoken words could be easily documented and subsequently incinerated. Individual names could be publicly denounced and condemned. Precious books and manuscripts could be ruthlessly seized and destroyed. However, knowledge intricately embedded within the enduring materials of stone, wood, and glass, and crucially, knowledge transmitted directly from hand to hand, from a seasoned apprentice to a revered master, proved to be infinitely more resilient. It effectively transformed into a hidden subterranean stream, flowing quietly beneath the visible surface of European architecture, largely unnoticed by the vast majority, yet profoundly shaping the creative work of countless subsequent generations. Through this remarkably quiet and persistent survival, the intricate Templar code continued to exert its influence upon architectural design in manners that, while subtle, were nonetheless unmistakable in their presence. The precise proportions of a grand cathedral nave, the deliberate alignment of a regal palace courtyard, or the strategic placement of a significant civic monument. Each of these elements may very well bear the indelible imprint of these secretly imparted lessons. While some academic scholars contend that such continuity is merely coincidental, the compelling precision and striking consistency of these recurring forms strongly suggest a deeper intention, a deliberate and concerted effort to meticulously preserve an enduring language rooted in geometry and profound symbolism. The inherent elegance and true genius of this clandestine method resided in its remarkable invisibility. There were no grand public records documenting its existence, no overt public declarations proclaiming its lineage, and no widely heralded succession of masters. Instead, there existed merely a quiet, yet unbroken chain of invaluable knowledge, meticulously preserved within the discerning minds and skilled hands of those who truly comprehended its profound worth. The Templars, by choosing to survive in such a silent and unobtrusive manner, effectively ensured that the very essence of their ancient order, the hidden knowledge, the sacred geometry, the secret language, would persistently endure, even amidst an age that was resolutely determined to obliterate their memory. When we navigate the bustling thoroughfares of modern cities, when we step into the hallowed interiors of ancient cathedrals, or when we walk across elaborately patterned floors, we are, in essence, moving through spaces that have been profoundly shaped by this silent, enduring transmission of knowledge. The intricate designs that invariably capture our gaze were carefully and purposefully placed by those resilient individuals who successfully survived the destructive hammer of suppression. Their skilled hands meticulously preserved what could not be physically destroyed, and their vivid memories faithfully carried the hushed whispers of an order long believed to be utterly lost to history. Perhaps this profound continuity explains why the past persistently communicates its narratives through the enduring medium of architecture. The Templars may indeed have vanished in name and title, but their sophisticated methods, their intricate codes, and their closely guarded secrets steadfastly endured, living silently within the enigmatic shadows cast by stone. The precise lines of geometry and the graceful arches that frame our contemporary view. In this remarkably quiet act of survival, they achieved something truly extraordinary, a form of immortality, attained not through fleeting fame or transient wealth, but through the enduring and eloquent language of hidden design. Long after the venerable Templar order had been officially expunged from the historical annals recorded by kings and popes, their profound knowledge serendipitously found refuge within the skilled hands of Europe's master craftsmen, specifically within the burgeoning guilds. These guilds were far more than mere professional organizations. They served as dedicated custodians of intricate craft, time-honored tradition, and for a select few, profound secrecy. Within their hallowed halls, hushed lessons were discreetly passed from an experienced master to an eager apprentice, frequently encoded within intricate patterns of geometry, precise proportion, and symbolic design that subtly echoed the enduring Templar legacy. Masons' guilds, in particular, evolved into crucial conduits for this hidden knowledge. Their lodges functioned as veritable sanctuaries of exceptional skill and deep understanding, places where apprentices were meticulously taught not only the practical art of raising sturdy walls, but also how to discern the subtle, underlying language embedded within those very structures. Intricate patterns that appeared to be merely decorative to the uninitiated eye. Stars, elegant spirals, emblematic rose motifs, and precise compass forms were, in fact, integral components of a silent, unwritten curriculum. Through diligent repetition, scrupulous measurement, and extensive hands-on practice, the profound secrets of the Templars were meticulously preserved and successfully endured. These dynamic guilds also actively traveled. Journeymen carried their specialized skills from one city to another, from the construction site of a grand cathedral to the building of an opulent palace, thereby ensuring the widespread diffusion of this quiet wisdom across geographical borders. It is widely rumored that certain guild members were able to recognize the distinctive remnants of Templar architecture in distant towns, which enabled them to replicate sacred ratios and precise geometric alignments, whether in the soaring pointed arch of a cathedral or the graceful spiral of a stairwell. Knowledge that had once been largely confined to formidable fortresses in the Holy Land now permeated the entirety of Europe in subtle yet enduring architectural forms. Intriguingly, the inherent secrecy practiced by these guilds remarkably mirrored the precise methodology employed by the Templars themselves. A multitude of their sacred symbols and intricate designs were never formally documented in written manuals. Instead, they were meticulously demonstrated, carefully traced, and accurately replicated under the vigilant and discerning eye of a master craftsman. Initiates acquired their profound knowledge through diligent observation and repeated practice, thereby absorbing lessons that were virtually impossible to eradicate. In this manner, the guilds effectively transformed into living repositories of ancient wisdom, extending the reach of the Templar language far beyond its original context and embedding it into the grand Renaissance cathedrals, the stately civic halls, and even the intimate private residences of the era. Some esteemed historians posit that this striking continuity serves as a compelling explanation for why certain distinctive patterns, such as the elaborate rose windows, the intricate labyrinthine floors, and the precise compass motifs, recur so consistently across many centuries. Conversely, other scholars propose that these recurring motifs merely reflect common aesthetic principles or universal human design preferences. Yet, the undeniable precision, the pervasive recurrence, and the intentional alignment with celestial or sacred measurements undeniably hint at something far deeper and more purposeful, a distinct lineage of profound knowledge, carefully carried and secretly transmitted by discreet hands across generations. Furthermore, these guilds functioned as vital centers of protection. In an era where any perceived deviation from established religious orthodoxy could result in severe punishment. The profound secrecy surrounding their symbolic instruction proved instrumental in ensuring its survival. Just as the Templars had once ingeniously concealed messages within the very walls and floors of their structures, the guilds meticulously preserved their specialized knowledge within their intricate rituals, their distinctive tools, and their unique designs. Apprentices who subsequently carried this invaluable knowledge to new cities became crucial agents of continuity, skillfully embedding the hidden language into a myriad of structures located far removed from the original Templar commanderies. Conjecture circulates that members of various guilds possessed an intimate understanding of an expansive, unseen tapestry of interconnected knowledge. Specific emblematic figures, intricate spatial arrangements, and precise orientations may have been deliberately fashioned as navigational cues, guiding observers toward locations imbued with deep meaning, hinting at profound mathematical relationships, or perhaps even concealing clandestine repositories of ancient lore. Although this remains within the realm of theoretical conjecture, it is profoundly striking to observe the recurrence of particular artistic and architectural patterns, previously considered exclusive to Templar commanderies, manifesting within the edifices constructed by various guilds many generations subsequent to the order's demise. Through this meticulous perpetuation, architecture transcended its utilitarian purpose as mere physical construction. It became a profound conduit, an unspoken archive composed of forms and proportional relationships, ensuring the enduring legacy of profound knowledge throughout successive epochs. Buildings themselves possess the capacity to impart profound narratives that proved virtually impervious to obliteration. These fraternities of artisans meticulously guaranteed that such encoded communications traversed time and space, persisted against adversity, and occasionally blossomed openly within the public gaze. Consequently, when individuals traverse the hallowed portals of a grand cathedral, a venerable guild hall, or even a stately Renaissance palace, they may unwittingly traverse a lineage of ancient design principles spanning centuries, a trajectory that resonates deeply with the esoteric doctrines of the Templar order. The skilled hands of master craftsmen, meticulously sculpting enduring stone, were ostensibly directed by the profound instruction of a clandestine fraternity, knowledge meticulously safeguarded through rigorous apprenticeship programs, hallowed guild ceremonies, and an unwavering, tacit devotion to perpetual tradition. Within these secretive artisan societies, the enduring heritage of the Templar order did not simply dissipate into obscurity. It underwent a profound metamorphosis, persisted through challenging eras, and discovered novel conduits through which to subtly impart its veiled insights and esoteric wisdom. The remarkable persistence of Templar influence, channeled through these artisan guilds, serves as a potent testament to the principle that profound understanding, when diligently safeguarded and meticulously conveyed, possesses an inherent resilience against complete eradication. While the physical constituents of architectural marvels, the robust stone, the ethereal glass, and the sturdy wood, are capable of enduring for millennia, so too can the unspoken lessons and the implicit curriculum meticulously woven into their very fabric. For those acutely discerning where to focus their attention, the venerable structures across the European continent continue to articulate narratives, reverberating with profound mysteries meticulously preserved by generations of artisans utterly dedicated to their craft. Their established customs, and the uninterrupted syntax of concealed geometrical principles. The transition from the 12th into the 13th centuries heralded the zenith of Gothic architectural prowess across the European landscape. Across the continent, colossal cathedrals began to ascend with a breathtaking majesty, resembling vast arboreal formations sculpted from solid rock, their slender spires dramatically puncturing the celestial expanse, and their intricate ribbed vaults soaring to unprecedented altitudes. These were far more than straightforward manifestations of devout religious fervor or local municipal prestige. They represented, instead, the tangible incarnation of a clandestine aspiration, an underlying purpose subtly intimated by the Knights Templar, and assiduously perpetuated by the artisan guilds who had become the inheritors of their esoteric lexicon. The intrinsic character of Gothic aesthetic strongly accentuates an upward trajectory and a profound sense of verticality. Each soaring archway, every meticulously crafted flying buttress, and indeed, every gracefully attenuated spire inexorably directs the observer's gaze skyward, creating an optical illusion of bridging the chasm separating the terrestrial realm from the celestial. For the uninitiated or casual spectator, these structures elicit sentiments of profound aesthetic appreciation and reverent wonder. However, for those acutely cognizant of the Templar methodologies and their underlying philosophical tenets, such designs represent a direct and unbroken perpetuation of a hallowed, secret doctrine. It is, in essence, dynamic geometry, artfully manipulating visual pathways, subtly influencing cognitive apprehension, and discreetly transmitting profound insights. The very edifice of the cathedral transforms into an instructive mentor. Its intricate vaults become a sacred text, and its luminous stained glass panels serve as a vibrant repository of illuminated wisdom. One might contemplate, for instance, the breathtakingly elevated nave of Chartres, or the majestically slender spire of Amiens Cathedral. Their architectural measurements are characterized by an astonishing degree of exactitude, meticulously calibrated to correspond with significant celestial phenomena, such as the annual solstices, or even specific phases of the lunar cycle. The upward sweeping contours and the intricate network of intersecting ribs are by no means randomly conceived. Instead, they adhere to specific mathematical proportions that echo and reiterate patterns previously discernible within Templar commanderies and even in antecedent Romanesque architectural schemas. Viewed through this lens, Gothic cathedrals transcend their definition as mere structural achievements. They stand, rather, as the powerfully resonant articulation of a venerable tradition, one that steadfastly endured the cataclysmic dissolution of the Templar order. The iconic flying buttresses, frequently lauded solely for their brilliant structural innovation and engineering acumen, simultaneously fulfill a profound symbolic function. By deftly redirecting the immense structural loads externally, these architectural elements enabled the extensive perforation of the cathedral walls, thereby accommodating vast, luminous windows. Yet might this functional aspect also subtly manifest a more profound underlying principle? Perhaps it signifies the deliberate outward dissemination of esoteric knowledge, a tacit recognition that enlightenment, fundamental verity, and the tenets of sacred geometry are intended to permeate the wider world, even as they remain securely enshrined within the protective embrace of architectural solidity. The magnificent rose window, a quintessential feature, attained its most elaborate and spectacular manifestation within Gothic cathedrals. Its striking radial symmetry precisely echoes the profound symbolic motif of the circle contained within a square, a concept previously explored. Furthermore, its exquisitely intricate tracery, occasionally oriented to meticulously track the sun's annual trajectory, transcends mere ornamental embellishment. It functions, in essence, as a didactic instrument, a precise navigational guide for proportionality, and quite possibly an allegorical cartography of cosmic harmony. Indeed, each luminous window, every soaring vault, and every delicate spire articulates its message in the unmistakable idiom of Templar geometrical principles. Beyond their inherent symbolic weight, the protracted undertaking of constructing these monumental cathedrals, an endeavor frequently spanning many decades and occasionally extending over entire centuries of painstaking labor, inherently facilitated the uninterrupted conveyance of this specialized knowledge. Young apprentices, having meticulously absorbed the intricacies of their craft within the confines of one grand ecclesiastical edifice, subsequently transported their refined proficiencies and acquired expertise to subsequent building sites. Master masons, the custodians of this arcane wisdom, meticulously inculcated specific mathematical ratios, precise astronomical alignments, and profound symbolic motifs into each successive architectural undertaking. This unbroken chain of pedagogical and practical continuity thus guaranteed that even amidst the ascent and decline of particular religious orders or prevailing political hegemonies, the foundational principles of this hidden tradition steadfastly persisted. Furthermore, the distinctive style of Gothic architecture disseminated extensively across geographical boundaries, from its origins in France to distant lands such as England, Germany, and numerous other European regions. In every territory it permeated, discerning individuals can still detect subtle reverberations of Templar design principles, meticulously embedded within the majestic, skyward-reaching stonework, within the spiritually uplifting pointed arches, within the deliberately intricate labyrinthine floor patterns designed to facilitate contemplative thought, and within the delicate, elaborate tracery that discreetly encrypts profound secrets, discernible only to the most vigilant and perspicacious observer. It constitutes, in essence, a sophisticated lexicon articulated not through conventional linguistic constructs, but through the eloquent expression of architectural form, inherent rhythm, and precise proportional relationships. Even within the contemporary epoch, the resonant echoes of these ancient principles conspicuously endure. The profound influence of Gothic architectural tenets is readily discernible, extending into the designs of neo-Gothic ecclesiastical structures, esteemed academic institutions, and monumental governmental edifices. It is noteworthy that architects, working many centuries subsequent to the medieval era, frequently and perhaps unwittingly, without any explicit awareness of the Templar order, meticulously reproduce the very same mathematical ratios, symbolic motifs, and precise spatial alignments that first manifested within those venerable medieval cathedrals. One is prompted to ponder whether this phenomenon constitutes mere happenstance, or if it represents the persistent reverberation of an enduring clandestine code that perpetually murmurs its truths through the silent mediums of stone and glass. The phenomenon termed the Gothic ascent thus transcends its conventional definition as simply a period of architectural innovation. It stands, rather, as a profound legacy of concealed knowledge, a powerful testament to the remarkable resilience and enduring presence of Templar principles, meticulously preserved and transmitted across generations via the network of artisan guilds. It serves as an indelible reminder that even in the face of an order's complete annihilation, its foundational ideas possess an intrinsic capacity to survive, ascending to greater prominence with each succeeding generation, metaphorically reaching toward the celestial spheres and indelibly inscribing their profound influence upon the urban landscapes of forthcoming eras. Within the majestic embrace and profound shadows cast by these monumental cathedrals, the ethereal presence of the Templars persistently endures, not in the guise of armed knights wielding formidable swords, but rather as unspoken architects subtly shaping human perception, as instructors imparting wisdom through intricate architectural forms, and as diligent guardians of an esoteric knowledge intrinsically immune to eradication. To direct one's gaze toward the elegant skyward trajectory of a Gothic spire is to apprehend, however fleetingly, the upward trajectory of a concealed language, a profound idiom that continues even today to offer subtle guidance to those discerning few who possess the innate or cultivated ability to decipher its messages embedded within the very stones. As the European continent gradually transitioned from the profound, shadowed arches characteristic of the Gothic age, a distinct and vibrant new aesthetic paradigm came into being, the Renaissance, signifying a profound resurgence of classical artistic forms, the flourishing of human-centered philosophical thought, and an invigorated spirit of scientific exploration. Nevertheless, concealed beneath the ostentatious display of classical columns and the meticulously balanced symmetry of Renaissance facades, the subtle murmurs of the Templar code steadfastly persisted. This enduring code had successfully withstood the brutal force of its official suppression, the prolonged quiescence of many centuries, and the diligent, meticulous secrecy maintained by the artisan guilds. In this new era, it discovered a fresh means of articulation, expressing itself eloquently through the principles of precise proportion, innovative visual perspective, and sophisticated architectural design. The master architects of the Renaissance era held a profound reverence for the principle of harmonious composition. Their edifices were meticulously dimensioned with exacting mathematical precision. Their external facades were thoughtfully oriented to resonate pleasingly with the human visual perception, and their internal spaces were artfully configured to embody a perfect equilibrium between aesthetic form and practical utility. However, a significant number of these precise measurements, including the fundamental ratios derived from squares and circles, the strategic positioning of grand stairways and expansive courtyards, and even the deliberate orientation of formal gardens, remarkably echoed established patterns initially observed within the ancient Templar commanderies. This striking congruity compels one to question whether it constitutes mere serendipitous coincidence, or if it is indeed the subtle yet unwavering persistence of a profound body of knowledge that had, in a preceding era, been sternly prescribed. One might, for illustrative purposes, turn attention to the renowned Palladian villas of northern Italy. Their architectural symmetry is profoundly arresting, with their fenestrations and grand porticos exhibiting impeccable proportional relationships. Nevertheless, particular recurring motifs, such as the symbolic representation of circles encapsulated within squares, or the arrangement of central domes encompassed by geometrically precise square courtyards, conspicuously reflect design paradigms that had emerged in medieval chapels many centuries prior. It is as though the esoteric Templar doctrines, meticulously conveyed across generations through the intricate networks of master masons and artisan guilds, had imperceptibly permeated the collective architectural consciousness of an entire epoch, subtly directing the strategic arrangement of building materials and the interplay of natural illumination in manners largely imperceptible to the majority of observers. Even the meticulous urban planning strategies implemented in Renaissance cities subtly intimate a profound, concealed continuity. Expansive public piazzas meticulously aligned along cardinal axes, thoroughfares elegantly radiating outward in aesthetically harmonious configurations, and ornamental fountains strategically positioned at points of distinct geometric significance collectively suggest the operation of a more expansive underlying system. A contingent of historians tends to dismiss these architectural and urbanistic choices as solely attributable to prevailing aesthetic sensibilities or pragmatic functional requirements. However, when these elements are considered in conjunction with the persistent recurrence of specific symbolic motifs, such as spirals, rosettes, and arrangements evocative of navigational compasses, it becomes increasingly challenging to disregard the presence of a more nuanced and pervasive influence at work. The deliberate incorporation of sacred geometry within Renaissance design paradigms possessed a dual nature, encompassing both profound spiritual resonance and rigorous intellectual application. Eminent architects of the era, including luminaries like Leon Battista Alberti and Andrea Palladio, systematically codified intricate ratios pertaining to aesthetic beauty and harmonious proportion, thereby reflecting principles that may very well have been assiduously preserved from the ancient Templar tradition. Fundamental geometric shapes such as squares, circles, and triangles were regarded as far more than mere abstract forms. They functioned, rather, as sophisticated instruments of knowledge, meticulously fashioned to subtly orient human perception and, conceivably, to encrypt profound secrets intended exclusively for those individuals keenly attuned to the esoteric lexicon of architectural expression. It is also conceivable that the affluent patrons of the Renaissance period possessed an implicit awareness of this profound, inherited knowledge. Prosperous and influential families, keen to ostentatiously exhibit both their cultivated sophistication and their considerable societal influence, frequently commissioned architectural and artistic works that embodied not only the revered classical ideals, but also the nuanced, understated wisdom inherited from antiquity. Concealed within the impressive grandeur of their public facades and the secluded serenity of their private gardens, one can meticulously discern intricate patterns of spatial alignment, deliberate scale, and harmonious proportion that distinctly reverberate with Templar teachings, thereby strongly implying that these fundamental principles had successfully transcended the boundaries of specific religious orders and distinct historical epochs. Furthermore, even the decorative artistic components often carried their own encrypted communications. Elaborate frescoes and expansive murals were, on occasion, deliberately configured to align harmoniously with the placement of windows, the sweep of arches, and the curvature of domes, thereby generating intricate strata of meaning that become entirely discernible only when contemplated in synergistic combination with the building's overarching geometric framework. A precisely calibrated beam of natural light, filtering through a strategically positioned window and illuminating a particular floor tile, might momentarily unveil an ephemeral form or symbol that remains entirely imperceptible at any other juncture. This serves as a potent elucidation that architecture is not merely a static arrangement of structural elements, but rather a dynamic tapestry woven from intricate narratives, profound ritualistic practices, and enduring collective memory. Throughout the glorious epoch of the Renaissance, the enigmatic code of the Templars endured, subtly veiled yet undeniably discernible to those possessing a discerning eye. This ancient wisdom traveled surreptitiously through the structured hierarchies of apprenticeships, the specialized fraternities of guilds, and the inherent, often unconscious, transmission of specific architectural forms, thus successfully navigating centuries of profound societal and artistic metamorphosis. Consequently, the architectural masterpieces crafted during this vibrant period transcend mere aesthetic triumphs. They serve as resonant echoes of a clandestine lineage, a silent dialogue across the vast expanse of time between a venerable, vanished order and the skilled architects who, perhaps without full awareness, perpetuated its profound work. Thus, within the tranquil confines of a Renaissance villa's courtyard, or beneath the breathtaking sweep of a city hall's majestic dome, one might unexpectedly discern the distinctive imprints of this long disbanded brotherhood, the precise arrangement of circles nested within squares, the elegant unfurling of spirals carved into lustrous marble, and the meticulous application of proportional alignments all softly murmur of a continuity that few could consciously trace, yet all who encountered them could instinctively sense. The profound influence of the Templars had not in fact evaporated. It had merely mastered the art of concealing itself in plain sight. Meticulously woven into the very fabric of an era characterized by rebirth and groundbreaking innovation. Perhaps this profound ability to integrate and reappear constitutes the ultimate secret of survival for any profound knowledge. Such wisdom, so painstakingly encoded and inherently resilient, possesses the remarkable capacity to re-emerge fresh and potent in each successive age, demonstrating an extraordinary flexibility that enables it to inspire and guide individuals, even those entirely ignorant of its original source. And so, as astute observers meticulously follow the faint but persistent traces of the Templar Code, they inevitably begin to perceive a connecting thread, an invisible architectural lifeline linking the rugged medieval fortresses, the ethereal Gothic cathedrals, and the opulent Renaissance palaces. This constitutes a hidden architectural language, a silent testament to enduring knowledge, patiently awaiting the truly observant to finally apprehend its profound message. Across the vast panorama of human history, architecture has consistently transcended its fundamental roles as mere shelter or decorative embellishment. It has always functioned as a potent declaration of authority and dominion. Monarchs, pontiffs, and civic councils alike have long possessed an intuitive understanding that monumental buildings wield the power to project immense influence, to subtly mold public perception, and to gently, yet effectively, guide human behavior. Yet even amidst these grand, overt declarations of power, the subtle reverberations of the Templars' hidden code quietly persist, intricately embedded within the very spaces meticulously designed to command awe, instill a sense of reverence, or profoundly inspire. During the flourishing era of Renaissance Europe, the design of prominent civic squares and imposing government halls frequently integrated geometric principles strikingly reminiscent of those found in Templar commanderies. Expansive circular plazas, often meticulously framed by perfectly square avenues, along with arterial radial streets converging towards monumental central points and fountains precisely aligned with the cardinal directions, all powerfully suggest the deliberate and symbolic placement of forms intended to convey a profound sense of order and unwavering control. One is left to ponder, could this be mere serendipitous coincidence, or rather the subtle, guiding hand of a specialized knowledge inherited directly from generations of Templar masons? A number of discerning historians propose that many architects of the period, a significant proportion of whom received their formative training within guilds that demonstrably carried Templar teachings, consciously applied these specific principles. Their intent was twofold: to reinforce both an overarching aesthetic harmony and a palpable sense of authority. It was a time when religious and political power frequently converged and intertwined within these meticulously planned urban spaces. Majestic cathedrals would rise proudly alongside opulent palaces, their grand proportions often echoing one another in a silent symphony of design. Courtyards and cloisters were conceived not solely for their intrinsic beauty, but also with the precise objective of controlling movement and subtly manipulating perception. The intricate patterns embedded within the very floors, the imposing walls, and the meticulously sculpted gardens dictated specific sightlines and ceremonial processions, thereby orchestrating experiences that could profoundly shape the thoughts and emotional responses of those who traversed them. The language of architecture thus evolved, in essence, into a sophisticated instrument of influence, a silent yet potent pedagogy of power. The distinctive motifs associated with the Templars continued to manifest powerfully at these critical intersections of authority. Elegant spirals and intricate rose patterns appeared not only within sacred chapels, but also prominently within secular civic structures. Crosses, subtly embedded within the overall floor plans, served to align entire streets and public plazas. Precisely oriented compass points were strategically used to direct the gaze towards central monuments. These archetypal patterns, originally intended for profound spiritual and esoteric purposes, were skillfully adapted to project a new form of civic and political dominance. Architecture, in this context, became both a cryptic code and a sophisticated instrument, conveying meanings readily apparent to the initiated few, while simultaneously offering subconscious guidance to the broader public. Consider, for instance, the magnificent city of Florence. Its numerous palaces, bustling plazas, and revered churches frequently incorporate hidden ratios that eloquently reflect both an astounding mathematical precision and a profound symbolic intent. One might observe a perfectly circular courtyard nestled within a square enclosure, a spiral staircase subtly aligning with a chapel located directly above, or a facade meticulously proportioned according to celestial angles. Each deliberate choice serves to reinforce an invisible hierarchy and profound alignment of human power with the overarching cosmic order. The compelling question arises, could the visionary architects of Florence have consciously known that they were echoing a centuries-old Templar methodology in their groundbreaking designs? Perhaps they did. Or alternatively, they might have inherited a subconscious template, a deeply ingrained set of forms and principles passed down through generations of guilds steeped in a tradition of secrecy. Even within ostensibly secular spaces, these architectural echoes persist with remarkable clarity. Renaissance bridges, grand libraries, and stately town halls all subtly reflect the same underlying geometry, often cleverly concealed within intricate ornamental details and fundamental structural alignments. These are edifices explicitly designed to endure through the ages, and within their very stones, the timeless lessons of the Templars continue to resonate quietly. Their forms communicate eloquently to those who possess the unique capacity to perceive them, serving as a powerful reminder that true power is not exclusively wielded through brute force or imperial decree, but also, and perhaps more profoundly, through the subtle, masterful shaping of space, light, and proportion. The crossroads of power, therefore, are far more than mere geographical coordinates on a map. They represent profound intersections of authority, specialized knowledge, and human perception. The enduring Templar Code, once meticulously concealed within the formidable walls of fortresses and the sacred confines of chapels, discovered a vibrant new existence within these civic contexts, thereby enabling its pervasive influence to extend far beyond the spiritual realm and into the secular. Their distinctive geometry, their sacred ratios, and their potent symbolic forms were transformed into sophisticated tools capable of shaping both the soul of individuals and the very fabric of society, simultaneously visible yet elusive, undeniably present yet exquisitely intangible. And so, when one stands amidst a bustling Renaissance square, gazing upwards at the imposing facade of a palace or the soaring grandeur of a cathedral, one may experience an inexplicable sense of order that transcends the bounds of mere architectural design. This profound feeling is, in essence, the enduring influence of a secret lineage, one deeply rooted in the ancient Templar tradition, which continues to subtly guide the eye, direct physical movement, and even ignite the human imagination. Power, architecture, and hidden knowledge converge harmoniously within these hallowed spaces, forging an ongoing dialogue across centuries between the master builders of antiquity and the contemplative observers of the present day. Perhaps this nuanced transmission constitutes the most enduring achievement of the Templars. Not the fierce battles they fought or the vast wealth they accumulated, but rather the profound manner in which their sophisticated understanding of space, geometry, and symbolism continues to shape human perception, subtly guiding all who walk amidst their enduring, silent code. Few shapes possess such a quiet, yet profoundly enduring power as the spiral. From the delicate, intricate curl of a seashell to the colossal, sweeping arms of distant galaxies, the spiral embodies both a fundamental natural phenomenon and a deeply mystical archetype, echoing the eternal rhythms of growth, life, and perpetual motion. The sagacious Templars grasped its profound significance, strategically embedding spirals within their floors, their intricate staircases, and their diverse decorative motifs, thereby creating a subtle yet potent language of transformation and inherent direction. Within the austere Templar commanderies, spiral staircases frequently occupied discrete, often hidden corners, connecting different floors in ways that guided both the physical body and the contemplative mind. To the uninitiated observer, these stairs appeared purely practical, efficiently conserving space and facilitating vertical movement. However, for those meticulously trained in their esoteric geometry, they represented far more than mere utility. They symbolized a profound journey from the mundane to the sacred, an arduous ascent that intricately mirrored spiritual progression. Each deliberate turn of the spiral subtly oriented the traveler, aligning each step with specific sacred ratios, and, on occasion, even subtly indicating the presence of secret chambers or revered relics. Spirals also manifested prominently in the intricate tilework, the detailed stone carvings, and the elegant tracery of windows throughout Templar structures. Their consistent repetition across numerous sites strongly suggests a deliberate intentionality rather than mere aesthetic caprice. Some historians contend that spirals serve as powerful symbols of the cycles of time, representing the eternal return or illustrating the profound connection between the microcosm and the macrocosm. Within specific Templar contexts, these inherent meanings could be further enriched with additional layers of secrecy, serving as hidden instructions, outlining paths of initiation, or providing encoded guidance for the faithful who possessed the specialized knowledge required to interpret the form accurately. The far-reaching influence of these omnipresent spirals did not by any means conclude with the close of the medieval period. Their presence can be distinctly observed in the grand Renaissance palaces, the dramatic Baroque staircases, and even in many modern civic buildings, where the spiral continues to endure as a foundational architectural element. Architects, whether consciously aware of its ancient lineage or merely inheriting its template through generations of guilds, consistently incorporated this potent form. Spirals expertly guide the eye, subtly suggest continuous movement, and implicitly convey a sense of unbroken continuity. thereby creating a profound impression of inherent order and interconnectedness that resonates with something far older than the building itself. Certain scholars have astutely observed that the spiral can effectively function as a powerful mnemonic device. The physical act of walking its winding path, tracing its elegant curve with the eye, or aligning one's body with its deliberate turns, serves to reinforce memory, proportion, and fundamental geometric principles. Could it be that the Templars intentionally utilized spirals as a sophisticated teaching tool? Were they encoding profound lessons in rhythm, precise alignment, and perspective within these forms? Perhaps each ascent, each rotation, was both a physical endeavor and an intellectual exercise, a silent yet potent lesson in sacred mathematics. Even in contemporary times, we routinely encounter spirals in public spaces not explicitly linked to the historical Templar legacy, such as the grand staircases found in city halls, museums, or universities. While their immediate origins might appear purely functional or aesthetically driven, the persistent recurrence of proportionally accurate spirals across many centuries strongly hints at a deeper, more enduring lineage. These patterns, meticulously passed down through generations of masons, specialized guilds, and diligent apprentices, echo the silent, profound teachings of an order that intuitively understood the spiral as a potent bridge connecting earth and heaven, the physical body and the discerning mind, the mundane and the divine. Furthermore, spirals frequently intersect with other significant Templar motifs. The iconic circle within the square, the mystical rose, and the guiding compass can all be traced through intricate spiral paths, effectively connecting various forms and subtly guiding movement within the built environment. Together, they create a cohesive and profound system of symbols meticulously embedded within the very fabric of architecture, subtle yet remarkably persistent, shaping human experience in ways often unnoticed but profoundly felt. The spiral, therefore, is far more than a mere geometric shape. It represents influence in motion, a hidden lesson eloquently encoded in stone, tile, and wood. It purposefully carries forward the enduring legacy of the Templars, serving as a powerful reminder that architecture is not simply about providing shelter, but, more profoundly, about subtly shaping human thought, perception, and the very spirit itself. For discerning individuals who possess the acuity to seek them out, spirals stand as an enduring, silent declaration. They represent the persistent trajectory of an ancient order whose profound understanding transcended the constraints of time, its wisdom meticulously preserved within curves that perpetually guide both visual perception and intellectual contemplation. Within the graceful ascent of every spiral staircase, or the intricate design of a patterned floor, the indelible legacy of the Templars continues to resonate, a subtle, winding intimation that spans countless centuries. It serves as an unspoken curriculum, patiently instructing those who are prepared to trace its intricate contours, step by deliberate step, into an enigmatic realm of geometric precision, inherent order, and profound mystery. Symbols, by their very essence, function as profound receptacles of collective memory, and among these, few possess the enduring resonance of the compass and the cross. Both emblems manifest with remarkable consistency throughout Templar architectural masterpieces, frequently interwoven, and each carries intricate strata of significance that extend far beyond their immediate, superficial appearance. When juxtaposed, They collectively evoke concepts of precise navigation, harmonious alignment, and profound spiritual orientation. This intricate interplay forms a clandestine lexicon, meticulously embedded by the Templars within the very fabric of stone and the shimmering expanse of glass. The compass, historically recognized as an indispensable instrument for maritime and terrestrial navigation, fundamentally embodies principles of exact measurement, harmonious proportion, and the masterful command of spatial relationships. Within the hallowed confines of Templar edifices, various circular motifs artfully mirror the fundamental form of the compass, while the meticulous alignment of structural elements, such as walls, arches, and flooring, precisely reflects its intrinsic capacity to establish direction. While some scholarly perspectives posit that these design choices were purely aesthetic in nature, the pervasive recurrence of these compass-like configurations across a multitude of Templar sites strongly intimates a deliberate, encoded intention. One might ponder if these motifs were conceived as intricate blueprints for sacred geometry, or perhaps even as cryptic markers indicating the locations of concealed relics and secret pathways. The cross, in stark contrast to the compass, presents an overtly spiritual connotation. Nevertheless, its specific placement frequently conveys more nuanced and subtle directives. Whether intricately embedded within the tessellations of floor tiles, masterfully carved into the graceful curves of arches, or elegantly delineated within the delicate tracery of stained glass windows, the cross invariably intersects with the compass, thereby generating an elaborate matrix of directional guidance and profound semantic depth. It functions concurrently as both a definitive marker and an intricate map, symbolizing unwavering faith while simultaneously orchestrating and guiding movement throughout the meticulously constructed environment. In certain remarkable instances, the precise orientation of crosses aligns perfectly with cardinal points or significant celestial events like the solstices, thereby suggesting that the very architecture itself was conceived as a sophisticated instrument for achieving cosmic and spiritual harmony. One might consider Templar chapels where the intricate patterns of compass roses converge with floor crosses at meticulously calculated angles. Each such intersection could conceivably function as a designated focal point for deep reflection, meditative contemplation, or specific initiatory instruction. Pilgrims and initiates, traversing these carefully defined axes, are thus subtly led through an elaborate choreography of esoteric knowledge, encountering profound lessons meticulously embedded within each deliberate step. Even when individuals remain largely unaware of the architect's original intentions, the innate human mind instinctively apprehends recurring patterns, discerns precise alignments, and profoundly registers the inherent resonance of meticulously proportioned spaces. The intricate interplay between the compass and the cross extends seamlessly beyond mere floor plans, permeating the very structure of walls and windows. Grand rose windows, for instance, frequently feature a central cross from which elaborate circular tracery radiates outwards, akin to the spokes of a wheel, thereby powerfully reinforcing the profound union of spiritual enlightenment and geometric precision. Similarly, the majestic forms of arches and portals echo this identical pattern, drawing the observer's gaze and attention upwards along intersecting axes, thereby cultivating a holistic environment imbued with perfect proportion, intrinsic symmetry, and veiled instruction. These profound motifs demonstrated remarkable resilience, persisting undiminished through the architectural epochs of the Renaissance, the Baroque period, and even into contemporary modern design. It is common to observe civic buildings, prominent museums, and stately government halls, frequently incorporating expansive circular courtyards, often bisected by purposeful axial walkways, sometimes adorned with symbolic crosses or intricate star patterns. While the original profound symbolism may have become somewhat obscured over the passage of time, the fundamental architectural principles remain robustly intact. Geometry meticulously guiding perception, structural design inherently shaping human movement, and symbols silently, yet powerfully, communicating layers of meaning across successive generations. The combined presence of the compass and the cross thus constitutes a subtle yet potent form of pedagogy. They impart fundamental lessons in spatial orientation, harmonious proportion, and the critical alignment of both earthly and spiritual dimensions. They meticulously encode profound messages concerning the universe, the divine essence, and the individual's intrinsic place within this grand cosmic tapestry. For the Templars, these architectural forms likely served multiple roles, as powerful mnemonic devices, as potent initiatory symbols, or as invaluable guides to esoteric knowledge, presenting an architecture of instruction masterfully disguised in plain sight. Even in the present day, observant individuals can distinctly trace the enduring influence of these ancient symbols. One need only step into the hallowed expanse of a grand cathedral, the bustling activity of a city square, or the imposing presence of a significant civic building. There, one can perceive how circular forms gracefully intersect with precise axial lines. In the precise juncture where walls meet floors, or where the ethereal play of light through windows casts intricate shadows across ancient stone, the compass and cross quietly yet firmly assert principles of order, alignment, and hidden erudition. They serve as a poignant reminder that architecture can transcend mere functionality or decorative embellishment. It can, in fact, serve as a profound vessel of legacy, meticulously preserving the profound ideas of an order long believed to have vanished into the annals of history. The Templars possessed a sophisticated understanding that the world is navigated not merely externally through physical space, but equally profoundly internally, through thought and spirit. The interconnected symbols of the compass and the cross meticulously encode this multifaceted journey, the precise orientation of stone guiding the physical body, the harmonious alignment of symbols guiding cognitive thought, and the profound union of geometry and faith guiding the human spirit. Within these enduring motifs, the Templar Code continues to whisper across the centuries, extending an unspoken invitation to the attentive to follow its hidden directives, to step into an intricate world where architectural structure, symbolic representation, and secret knowledge seamlessly converge. The profound influence of the Templar Code did not culminate with the construction of formidable stone cathedrals or the elegant design of Renaissance palaces. As the relentless march of centuries progressed and modern cities majestically ascended towards the heavens, elements of their esoteric language found novel and compelling expression within the gleaming steel and expansive glass of contemporary architecture. Skyscrapers, with their inherent verticality, precise alignment, and deliberate proportions, undeniably echo the foundational principles of sacred geometry that were once meticulously preserved and applied by by Templar masons. One might pause to contemplate the breathtaking, soaring lines that define a modern city skyline. Each individual building rises with a palpable sense of purpose, its height, width, and spatial relationships meticulously calibrated. While contemporary architects frequently articulate their considerations in terms of balance, aesthetic sightlines, and overall visual appeal, a deeper examination of these towering structures through the discerning lens of the Templar Code reveals a tapestry of subtle yet pervasive patterns. Circular motifs frequently grace public plazas. Rotational symmetry often orchestrates pedestrian flow, and axial alignments purposefully direct the observer's attention towards pivotal focal points, thereby echoing centuries-old traditions of sophisticated spatial guidance. Even the deliberate manipulation of light within modern architectural marvels carries faint whispers of ancient practices. Expansive curtain walls, strategically placed skylights, and luminous glass facades permit sunlight to choreograph intricate paths across floors and walls, powerfully recalling the ethereal glow of stained glass windows within majestic Gothic cathedrals. The interplay of shadows and reflections creates ephemeral forms, subtly guiding human perception in ways that are both consciously registered and subconsciously absorbed. This raises an intriguing question. Is it conceivable that modern architects, either through conscious study or an inherent, unspoken intuition, have inadvertently continued the profound Templar legacy of employing light as a dynamic medium for encoded knowledge? The omnipresent spiral also remarkably persists within this modern context. Helical staircases, ascending gracefully within towering office blocks, panoramic observation decks, and innovative urban installations distinctly mirror the sacred upward journey inherent in medieval design. Their elegant curves intrinsically suggest notions of progression, dynamic movement, and the harmonious flow of energy. They imbue space with an inherent rhythm, a subtle, guiding presence reminiscent of the intricate labyrinthine floors and concealed stairways found within ancient Templar commanderies. Modern spirals, much like their medieval predecessors, serve a dual purpose. They are simultaneously functional and profoundly symbolic, shaping human experience far beyond their mere utilitarian application. Public plazas and expansive city squares frequently adhere to underlying geometric principles that distinctly echo ancient architectural patterns. Consider, for instance, the harmonious placement of circular fountains within square courtyards, the convergence of radial streets upon monumental structures, and the deliberate intersection of cross-aligned avenues. These elements collectively generate a spatial order that feels both instinctively natural and meticulously deliberate. For the casual observer, it is simply a manifestation of beauty. However, for the discerning eye, it unfolds as a silent map, a hidden curriculum, and perhaps a distant, resonant echo of the Templars' profound approach to architecture as an potent vehicle for the transmission of knowledge. Intriguingly, some contemporary skyscraper designs even incorporate distinct motifs that are strikingly reminiscent of the compass and the cross. Features such as verdant rooftop gardens, expansive atriums, and luminous glass domes are often meticulously aligned with cardinal points or significant solar events. This suggests that the architects involved were driven by concerns extending far beyond mere structural efficiency. Instead, they were consciously guiding attention, shaping perception, and orchestrating human experience in ways that exhibit a remarkable parallel to centuries-old traditions. Light, precise proportion, and deliberate alignment continue to encode subtle yet powerful messages, just as they did with profound efficacy in medieval and Renaissance epochs. The persistent recurrence of these architectural echoes inevitably gives rise to a series of compelling questions. Did contemporary architects consciously delve into and incorporate Gothic or Renaissance design principles into their modern creations? Or is it perhaps a more subtle, unconscious inheritance of centuries of accumulated design wisdom, a fundamental template meticulously passed down through the continuous evolution of craft and diligent observation? Regardless of the underlying mechanism, the patterns undeniably endure, forging an enduring link between the steel and glass of the present and the stone and glass of the past, thereby connecting the modern urban skyline to the silent, profound codes of an ancient and enigmatic order. Even within the most bustling urban centers, amidst the pervasive clamor and ceaseless motion, the indelible Templar code remarkably persists. For those individuals willing to pause, observe with discernment, and meticulously trace the intricate lines, spirals, and axes embedded within the urban fabric, the very city itself transforms into a sprawling cathedral, a vibrant, modern expression of sacred geometry, profound hidden meaning, and enduring historical influence. The towering skyscraper, much like its ecclesiastical predecessor, the cathedral, transcends its mere function as a building. It stands as a powerful message, an evocative symbol, and a tangible continuation of a profound legacy that spans countless centuries. In this remarkable manner, the Templars' pervasive reach endures, invisibly yet powerfully shaping the very environments in which contemporary society thrives. Their secret knowledge survives not merely within the preserved relics of a bygone era, but critically within the tangible spaces we inhabit daily, subtly guiding perception, inspiring a profound sense of awe, and whispering across the vast expanse of time through structures that majestically scrape the sky. The code is no longer restricted to the secluded cloisters or hallowed cathedrals. It ascends, seamlessly intertwining with the steel, glass, and ambitious spirit of modernity, thereby continuing the perennial dialogue of hidden knowledge in a language that remains quietly decipherable to those who possess the insight to truly perceive it. Perhaps the most astonishing characteristic of the Templar Code lies in its pervasive tendency to remain concealed in plain sight. Throughout the vast sweep of centuries and across diverse continents, its symbols, meticulously applied proportions, and precise alignments remain readily discernible to anyone who undertakes a close examination. Yet despite their overt presence, their profound significance frequently eludes general recognition. Intricate roses carved into ancient stone, gracefully ascending spirals within staircases, and symbolic crosses meticulously embedded within floor tiles. These elements are ubiquitous. Nevertheless, their deeper meaning and profound historical resonance are, regrettably, seldom acknowledged. In the contemporary urban landscape, the profound language of geometry persistently asserts its presence. Prominent public squares, dignified municipal edifices, and sprawling university campuses frequently adhere to meticulously planned grids, which often gracefully intersect with expansive circular plazas or dynamic radial avenues. The alignment of thoroughfares with monumental structures and the carefully composed silhouettes of city skylines invariably reflect principles of proportion and balance that were first meticulously explored and articulated in the architectural marvels of the medieval and Renaissance eras. Each deliberate design decision, whether grand or subtle, carries the potential resonance of the Knights Templars' revered sacred principles, a hushed yet potent legacy intricately woven into the very fabric of metropolitan existence. Even seemingly insignificant elements can subtly convey encoded directives. For instance, the arrangement of floor tiles within a courthouse might discreetly form the pattern of a compass. The precise placement of windows in a public library could be orchestrated to yield a captivating rose-like symmetry. Staircases ascend or descend with an almost mathematical precision, dictating movement as much as they contribute to the overarching aesthetic experience. Furthermore, natural light, as it permeates through glass, filters into intricate patterns reminiscent of the luminous stained glass windows found in venerable Gothic cathedrals, momentarily inscribing ethereal shapes upon floors and walls, thereby serving as a poignant reminder to observers of a long unspoken dialogue between the realms of geometry and the spiritual. The undeniable recurrence of particular geometric motifs, such as crosses, spirals, circles, and squares, is exceedingly difficult to dismiss as mere happenstance. Spanning across numerous centuries and a vast array of architectural styles, these fundamental forms consistently reappear, manifesting in configurations and spatial relationships that unmistakably echo the esoteric teachings attributed to the Templars. They are conspicuously embedded within the built environment, openly visible, yet their deeper, concealed function remains exclusively accessible to those individuals who possess the rare ability to decipher this ancient symbolic language. For the casual observer, the uninitiated eye, these forms simply represent an embodiment of beauty and structural integrity. However, for the trained observer, the discerning individual, they transcend mere aesthetics, serving instead as profound instruction, enduring memory, and an intricate, tangible map of hidden knowledge. Indeed, architects, whether consciously aware of the historical lineage or intuitively guided by ingrained tradition, continue to perpetuate these fundamental lessons. Aspiring apprentices diligently study venerable historic examples, meticulously replicating established proportions and adopting spatial principles that have been rigorously refined and faithfully transmitted across countless generations. Consequently, even in an age where the historical order of the Templars themselves might be largely forgotten by the general populace, their sophisticated geometric understanding endures robustly within the templates, the guiding principles, and the skilled hands of those who inherit and practice the architectural craft. These pervasive patterns exert a significant, though often imperceptible, influence on human experience. An individual traversing a grand plaza, ascending a carefully designed staircase, or proceeding along a deliberate axial path, may experience a subtle sense of guidance, often without consciously comprehending the underlying reason. The orchestration of movement, the direction of attention, and the very act of perception are subtly manipulated through this invisible, yet potent, design. This gentle manipulation is deeply rooted in centuries of profound understanding concerning sacred proportion and its psychological effects. In this profound sense, architecture transcends its physical form, becoming a powerful pedagogy devoid of spoken words, imparting lessons of rhythm, harmony, and inherent alignment directly through the lived experience of space itself. Thus, concealed in plain sight, The intricate Templar code masterfully bridges disparate historical eras. It forges profound connections between the soaring Gothic spires of medieval Europe and the opulent Renaissance palaces, between the expansive civic squares of burgeoning cities and the towering modern skyscrapers that pierce contemporary skylines, and even between labyrinthine pathways and functional stairwells. This ancient language, though inherently silent, demonstrates an extraordinary persistence, inviting those who are prepared to scrutinize closely to uncover the fundamental underlying structure of profound intention and accumulated knowledge. Perhaps this ingenious method constitutes the most enduring testament to the Templar legacy. Its survival is not solely predicated upon strict secrecy, but rather on its brilliant strategy of embedding itself so deeply and pervasively within the built world that it becomes virtually indestructible. It remains perpetually visible to all who behold it, yet its profound significance is truly comprehended by only a select few. Every cross meticulously carved, every spiral gracefully traced, every circle precisely inscribed serves as a quiet yet powerful testament to a body of knowledge deemed too potent and too vital to ever truly vanish. It represents an invisible architecture that ceaselessly continues to shape and define the very world that surrounds us. And so, as we navigate through bustling cities, leisurely wander within serene courtyards, or simply gaze upward at the majestic ascent of soaring towers, we might gradually begin to discern these intricate patterns, the deliberate rhythms, the intentional alignments, and the evocative symbols, serving as a powerful reminder that beneath the superficial chaos of much human design, there lies a profound, hidden order, a Templar code that has remarkably endured for a duration far exceeding that of the clandestine order, which initially conceived and implemented it. Throughout history, light has consistently represented far more than mere illumination within the realm of sacred architecture. It has functioned as an eloquent medium of profound meaning. The Templars possessed an acute understanding of this principle, masterfully manipulating the placement of windows, the dimensions of openings, and the reflectivity of surfaces to meticulously craft subtle messages. These messages were designed to emerge and become discernible only under very specific environmental conditions. Consider, for instance, sunlight streaming through an ornate rose window, casting an intricately patterned shadow across the floor below. This ephemeral phenomenon transforms into a silent yet potent lecture in geometry and unwavering faith, a fleeting message, visible exclusively to those fortunate enough to be present at precisely the opportune moment. Within the magnificent Gothic cathedrals, stained glass served a multifaceted array of functions. While it undeniably fulfilled its primary role of narrating biblical stories for the edification of the faithful, it simultaneously encoded intricate patterns of proportion, precise alignment, and profound sacred geometry. Each individual colored pane was positioned with meticulous deliberation, artfully guiding the observer's gaze along specific axes and inherent ratios that distinctly echoed the sophisticated designs favored by the Templars. As the sunlight traverses its daily arc and shifts with the changing seasons, the cathedral itself undergoes a subtle transformation, evolving into a living, breathing calendar, which subtly reveals hidden rhythms embedded within the dynamic movement of light across its interior. Furthermore, the Templars ingeniously employed light as a precise instrument to highlight clandestine chambers or to draw attention to revered sacred objects. Slender shafts of sunlight, piercing through minuscule apertures, might, for instance, illuminate a finely carved symbol or a concealed inscription, but only at an exact and predetermined time of day or year. This painstaking orchestration ensured that invaluable knowledge could be both carefully preserved and selectively revealed, thereby aligning both physical and spiritual observation with an almost unparalleled geometric precision. These foundational principles of light manipulation were not lost to history, but continued to persist and evolve into the Renaissance period and beyond. Windows, skylights, and expansive open courtyards were meticulously positioned with a keen awareness of both seasonal and solar cycles. In this context, light transcended its utilitarian purpose, effectively becoming a silent teacher, accentuating architectural proportion, subtly directing attention to specific features, and gently guiding movement through the intricate spatial arrangements. In this sophisticated manner, architecture itself transformed into a profound language, readily decipherable by those sensitive to its nuanced patterns, yet remaining entirely invisible and enigmatic to the casual, untrained eye. Even modern architects, despite their often secular intentions, have continued to manipulate light in ways that distinctly echo these ancient practices. Contemporary glass facades are engineered to both reflect and refract ambient light, creating dynamic visual effects. Expansive interior atriums are designed to permit dramatic shafts of sunlight to trace intricate, ever-shifting patterns across floors and walls. Moreover, carefully positioned openings are strategically employed to guide both human perception and physical movement within a building. While the underlying intention behind these modern applications may no longer be overtly mystical or spiritual, the resulting effect undeniably mirrors that achieved by the Templars, the delivery of subtle, hidden instruction through the intricate and captivating interplay of structural form and luminous illumination. This principle extends even to the grand scale of urban planning. Consider the way sunlight traces the precise alignment of streets during solstices, how the shadows cast by prominent monuments effectively mark the passage of time, or how reflective surfaces subtly cast intricate patterns across public plazas. These delicate and often unnoticed alignments strongly suggest that the sophisticated manipulation of light as a medium for conveying hidden messages is a practice that profoundly transcends centuries. It represents an enduring and potent method for encoding profound knowledge, shared experience, and an underlying sense of order directly into the very fabric of the built environment itself. The true genius of the Templars resided not merely in the impressive structures they erected, but more profoundly in their masterful ability to enable the unseen elements to interact harmoniously with the scene. Stone, glass, and light were meticulously orchestrated to collaborate, weaving together a compelling narrative that remains invisible and enigmatic until precisely the opportune moment of its revelation. This intricate dance created a profound dialogue between the passage of time, the surrounding environment, and the nuances of human perception. In this context, light was transformed into a versatile courier, simultaneously carrying instruction, sparking inspiration, and safeguarding profound secrecy. And so, as we move through the hallowed spaces of ancient cathedrals, stroll across serene courtyards, and even navigate the gleaming interiors of modern skyscrapers, the deliberate patterns of illumination continue to speak volumes. A shadow precisely traced along a polished floor, a focused beam highlighting an intricately carved motif, or a subtle reflection momentarily catching the eye. These are all potent echoes of a code centuries old. They serve to teach the attentive observer to truly notice, to carefully interpret, and ultimately to understand that architecture is far more than simply shelter. It is a profound and enduring vessel of timeless knowledge. The enduring message of the Templars, meticulously conveyed through the ethereal medium of light, perseveres within every thoughtfully considered angle and every strategically placed window. It serves as a powerful reminder that profound meaning can indeed be hidden in plain sight, that invaluable knowledge possesses the remarkable capacity to persist far beyond any attempt at destruction, and that even the most unassuming beam of sunlight may carry a delicate whisper from a distant past, patiently waiting to be understood and deciphered by those individuals patient and discerning enough to truly observe. Beneath the graceful curve of every arch, nestled within the expansive embrace of every vaulted ceiling, and intricately woven across every patterned floor, lies a sophisticated language of numbers and precise ratios, a clandestine mathematics that the Templars skillfully embedded into the very essence of their architecture. Geometry, proportion, and meticulous measurement were not simply utilitarian tools for construction. Far from it, they served as profound carriers of hidden knowledge, forming a precise and intricate code that eloquently communicated deep meaning long after the knights themselves had vanished from historical record. The Templars held a deep reverence for specific ratios and recurring patterns, considering them sacred. Among these were the enigmatic golden ratio, the fundamental square root of 2, and the intricate proportions inherent in the relationship of circles inscribed within squares. These precise numerical relationships were not arbitrarily applied. Rather, they deliberately guided the imposing height of towers, dictated the expansive width of naves, and determined the exact placement of windows. Each individual measurement was executed with profound deliberation, serving to symbolically connect the earthly plane with the celestial order, thereby ensuring that those who moved through these sacred spaces were subtly, yet profoundly, aligned with a greater, often concealed, cosmic design. Mathematics also functioned as an ingenious mnemonic device for the Templars. By embedding crucial knowledge within intricate proportional relationships throughout their structures, the Templars effectively ensured that their apprentices and initiates could internalize complex lessons without the need to commit them to written form. Every ascending step, every carefully calculated angle, and every significant intersection within their buildings became a tangible and physical expression of abstract principles, thereby translating complex numerical relationships directly into a visceral lived experience. For example, a spiral staircase was not merely a functional path leading upward, it simultaneously served as a potent teaching tool, meticulously encoding specific ratios and sequences that served to train and discipline both the mind and the physical body of the initiate. During the vibrant era of the Renaissance, prominent architects further codified these enduring principles, meticulously producing comprehensive manuals and scholarly treatises dedicated to the intricacies of proportion, symmetry, and perspective. Nevertheless, a significant number of these foundational ideas, particularly the profound integration of geometric principles with spiritual symbolism, strikingly echoed the earlier, more clandestine methods employed by the Templars. Consequently, what endures and thrives in the structured grids of modern urban centers, the majestic facades of venerable cathedrals, and the stately courtyards of palatial estates often reflects centuries of meticulous refinement, all steadfastly built upon profound foundations that were originally laid in secret. Some contemporary scholars propose that the Templars' esoteric mathematics also served a range of highly practical purposes beyond their symbolic and mnemonic functions. For instance, these hidden ratios could have been strategically employed to precisely indicate structural stress points within a building, thereby facilitating construction, even without the benefit of modern engineering tools. Furthermore, it is speculated that these numerical codes might have been used to encode the exact locations of hidden chambers or to safeguard invaluable relics. The inherent precision of these calculations ensured that the resulting edifices were not only remarkably resilient and structurally sound, but also aesthetically harmonious, thereby meticulously aligning physical stability with their deeper symbolic intentions. Even within the fabric of contemporary architectural design, discernible echoes of this intricate encoded mathematics invariably manifest. Towering skyscrapers and significant civic edifices frequently adhere to sophisticated proportional frameworks that adeptly govern both their aesthetic appeal and their practical utility. Features such as expansive circular plazas, meticulously planned axial alignments, and gracefully ascending spiral staircases all ingeniously employ a numerical logic that deeply resonates with foundational principles initially mastered by skilled artisans in medieval guilds and within the secretive confines of Templar lodges. This profound mathematical influence endures, whether applied with conscious intent or inherited through an unconscious tradition, thereby ensuring a remarkable continuity of profound knowledge across countless centuries. The true brilliance of this clandestine mathematics resides in its inherent subtlety and understated power. Numbers, by their very nature, do not proclaim their presence with overt clamor. Instead, they impart instruction with a profound, almost imperceptible silence. They possess the remarkable capacity to persist through the ages without explicit recognition, deeply embedded within structural forms and meticulously transmitted from experienced master to eager apprentice. It is through this veiled numerical lexicon that the Templars, in essence, achieved a unique form of immortality. Their collective wisdom, meticulously quantified and judiciously applied, continues to profoundly shape human perception, guide physical movement, and enrich sensory experience in profound ways that mere linguistic expressions could never fully accomplish. When one embarks upon a journey through the majestic expanse of a vaulted cathedral, or thoughtfully traces the intricate path of a spiraled staircase, or even contemplates the harmonious proportions of a public plaza, an intuitive appreciation for the meticulous precision of these concealed calculations often arises. Even if an observer lacks a conscious understanding of the precise mathematical ratios at play, the profound effect is undeniably felt, an instinctive apprehension of harmony, balance, and inherent order that resonates deeply within the human psyche. In this subtle yet powerful manner, it is as though the Templars themselves are communicating through the universal language of numbers, a timeless idiom inextricably woven into the very geometry of the constructed world, softly whispering across epochs to those sensitive enough to perceive its underlying logic. This secret mathematics functions as the invisible, yet indispensable spine of the entire Templar code, seamlessly connecting disparate centuries, far-flung continents, and diverse architectural styles. It possesses the unique capacity to impart profound lessons without the presence of a formal instructor, to guide human hands without direct physical intervention, and to survive the ravages of time without ever seeking overt recognition. For those discerning individuals who possess the inclination to truly observe, meticulously measure, and genuinely comprehend, this hidden numerical language unveils the enduring influence of an order whose authentic potency resided not in material wealth or military prowess, but rather in a body of esoteric knowledge, painstakingly encoded within the silent, yet remarkably resilient, structures of their epoch. The Templars were far more than mere formidable warriors or austere monastic figures. They served as diligent custodians of an extraordinary and profound body of wisdom, and their meticulously crafted buildings functioned dually as impregnable fortresses and invaluable repositories of this accumulated knowledge. Even subsequent to the order's forceful suppression, certain dedicated individuals steadfastly continued this vital role, meticulously ensuring that the veiled lessons of sacred geometry, precise proportionality, and intricate symbolism were diligently preserved and quietly disseminated across the ensuing centuries. These dedicated guardians were frequently master masons, highly skilled builders, or esteemed members of clandestine guilds who acutely understood the critical importance and inherent risks associated with the preservation of such profound knowledge. They diligently safeguarded precious manuscripts, intricate sketches, and detailed diagrams. Yet, perhaps more crucially, they carried a deep, experiential understanding within their skilled hands, discerning minds, and through the rigorous traditions of their apprenticeships. The distinctive Templar pedagogical method, which emphasized learning through practical application and embedding knowledge directly into the creative act of construction, ensured that the fundamental essence of their code could remarkably endure even in instances where physical documents were irrevocably lost or deliberately destroyed. Operating with a profound sense of anonymity, these diligent guardians steadfastly continued to construct edifices in the distinctive Templar style, meticulously embedding profound secrets into the very fabric of churches, opulent palaces, significant civic buildings, and even robust bridges. Each individual stone, every carefully placed beam, and indeed every single tile, could potentially serve as a silent vessel of instruction. This invaluable knowledge was artfully encoded within precise proportions, deliberate alignments, and recurring symbolic motifs, thereby forming a subtle, unspoken curriculum accessible exclusively to those individuals rigorously trained to discern its intricate layers. Some astute historians propose that certain prominent Renaissance and Baroque architects were direct inheritors of this distinguished lineage, consciously and deliberately preserving Templar design principles within their own works. Others contend that the influence persisted more indirectly, permeating through established guild traditions and formalized apprenticeships that meticulously carried forward methods of precise measurement, harmonious symmetry, and symbolic alignment. Regardless of the precise mechanism of transmission, these dedicated guardians unequivocally ensured a remarkable continuity. Knowledge that might otherwise have been irrevocably extinguished instead survived, vibrantly embedded within living, breathing architectural structures. Furthermore, these custodians assumed an additional critical role as guides, They possessed the unique capacity to direct initiates to concealed chambers, secret stairways, or specific symbolic markers strategically placed within buildings. In performing this vital function, they diligently upheld the intrinsic integrity of the Templar Code, thereby ensuring that these sacred spaces could continue to effectively convey profound instruction, facilitate complex rituals, or impart transformative spiritual experiences to those individuals who possessed the requisite understanding to interpret them. In numerous instances, what endures today in the magnificent Gothic cathedrals, elegant Renaissance villas, and even many modern civic buildings stands as a testament to this meticulous stewardship. The very concept of guardianship, however, extended far beyond the geographical boundaries of Europe. Historical accounts and persistent legends suggest that Templar knowledge disseminated widely through various channels, including extensive migration, bustling trade routes, and intricate networks of clandestine societies. Master masons, embarking on journeys to new cities, distant continents, and even burgeoning colonies, meticulously carried with them the fundamental principles of sacred geometry and symbolic design. In this manner, the Templars' subtle, silent curriculum evolved into a truly global phenomenon, expertly concealed in plain sight, yet remarkably enduring wherever structures were erected, with meticulous care and profound intention. What renders this guardianship particularly extraordinary is its inherent discretion. The profound knowledge they meticulously preserved was immensely powerful, potentially even perilous, and any form of overt visibility could have proven disastrous. By artfully embedding their invaluable teachings within the very architecture they created, these guardians effectively protected the code from the scrutiny of inquisitors, the interference of rulers, and the skepticism of disbelievers. In this ingenious strategy, humble stone and transparent glass transcended their basic functions, becoming simultaneously both an expansive library and an impenetrable fortress, adeptly concealing profound meaning in plain sight for countless centuries. Today, as we carefully examine the remarkable architectural legacy of the Templars and those who faithfully continued their work, we gain a tantalizing glimpse into the enduring efforts of these dedicated guardians. The exquisite precision of proportion, the rhythmic repetition of significant motifs, and the deliberate alignment of space and natural light all subtly hint at a distinguished lineage wholly devoted to the careful stewardship of esoteric knowledge. Without their unwavering efforts, the intricate Templar code might have completely vanished, leaving behind nothing more than fleeting myths and unsubstantiated rumors. Instead, it persistently endures, patiently awaiting those attentive and discerning individuals keen enough to perceive its profound presence. Within the grand expanse of every cathedral nave, the intricate ascent of a spiral staircase, or the harmonious geometry of an aligned courtyard, the profound presence of these guardians is palpably felt. Their quiet, unwavering diligence meticulously preserved a continuous dialogue across the vast expanse of time, a profound conversation that seamlessly connects the medieval past to our contemporary world, inviting all of us to embark upon a journey of discovery, interpretation, and profound wonder. The true power of the Templars, it appears, was never rooted in military conquest, but rather in their exemplary stewardship, their exceptional capacity to preserve invaluable knowledge, hidden yet remarkably enduring across centuries, marked by relentless change and profound upheaval. courtyards have historically served as fundamental spaces for communal gathering, quiet reflection, and seamless transition. Yet, within the distinctive framework of Templar architecture, they assume a far subtler and more profound purpose. They function as meticulously designed stages upon which hidden knowledge quietly and gradually unveils itself. Open to the expansive sky and circulating air, these courtyards ingeniously allow the interplay of light, precise proportion, and inherent geometry to converge in intricate ways, thereby transforming a seemingly simple space into a vibrant, living message. The Templars often conceived and designed courtyards to act as central axes, strategically connecting different functional wings of a commandery, a chapel, or a formidable fortress. Within these carefully delineated spaces, human movement itself acquired profound meaning. Steps were guided along deliberate pathways, and carefully constructed sightlines meticulously drew attention to specific symbolic features, such as an intricately carved rose, a subtly concealed cross, or an enigmatic spiral pattern embedded beneath one's feet. Every single design decision was meticulously intentional, guiding human perception without the need for overt instruction, thereby fostering an environment where profound knowledge was absorbed almost unconsciously. A number of these courtyards were ingeniously aligned with significant celestial events, permitting the sun's rays to precisely trace intricate patterns across floors and walls during solstices, equinoxes, or specific religious feast days. Shadows would fall with uncanny accuracy upon a stone cross, or a beam of light would illuminate a hidden inscription only at the precisely correct hour. These ephemeral messages, fleeting in their duration yet remarkably precise in their appearance, unequivocally reflect the Templars' profound mastery over both spatial arrangement and temporal progression, effectively encoding profound instruction directly into the very passage of the sun itself. The whispering nature inherent in these courtyards extends far beyond the mere manipulation of light. Their acoustical properties were often meticulously engineered to amplify subtle sounds, thereby enabling spoken lessons, ritualistic chants, or guiding instructions to traverse the space without becoming overtly conspicuous. Even the gentle movement of wind, channeled through carefully positioned arches, could impart a distinct sense of rhythm or cadence, subtly reinforcing hidden patterns and cultivating an immersive experience where the architecture itself served as a profound medium of communication. Many Templar courtyards prominently feature intricate geometric arrangements that powerfully echo the broader tenets of the Templar Code. Examples include circular fountains elegantly situated within square enclosures, interlocking floor tiles meticulously forming cross patterns, or gracefully ascending spiral stairways leading to higher floors, all contributing to create rich layers of meaning that intricately interact with one another. To the casual, uninitiated observer, these meticulous details might appear merely ornamental. However, to the discerning and attentive observer, they form an integral part of a deliberate, multi-dimensional language of profound knowledge. This profound architectural influence persisted remarkably into the Renaissance and subsequent historical periods, frequently manifest in private palaces, secluded convents, and prominent civic buildings. Courtyards, during these eras, evolved into significant sites where the principles of sacred geometry seamlessly converged with the dynamics of social interaction. Hidden alignments, precisely defined axial pathways, and meticulously calculated proportional spacing continued to subtly instruct, guide, and influence occupants without requiring any direct verbal explanation. Even in the present day, stepping into a courtyard specifically designed with these enduring principles can evoke a subtle yet profound sense of inherent order, exquisite balance, and deep harmony. A resonant echo of profound lessons meticulously embedded centuries ago. Courtyards also ingeniously function as symbolic portals, mediating between the public and the private realms, the overtly visible and the deeply hidden aspects of existence. Within Templar commanderies, they consistently provided a central, open space that simultaneously revealed certain elements while skillfully concealing others. The architectural structures encircling the courtyard meticulously created controlled views, deliberately guiding attention to specific features while artfully shielding others from casual observation. This intricate interplay of openness and inherent secrecy profoundly mirrors the inherent duality of the Templars themselves, an organization both visibly present and deeply hidden, widely known yet perpetually mysterious. The subtle whispers emanating from the courtyard serve as a potent reminder that architecture transcends mere stone and mortar. It is fundamentally a sophisticated language of movement, perception, and profound understanding. Each deliberate step taken, each fleeting glance cast, each illuminating beam of light carries the potential for instruction. The Templar Code persistently endures within these spaces, meticulously designed for both practical human utility and clandestine teaching, quietly communicating across the vast expanse of time. For those individuals willing to truly notice and engage, courtyards are far more than simple spatial enclosures. They are profound lessons, experimental laboratories, and evocative stages of collective memory. The enduring legacy of the Templars continues to linger in the open air of these spaces, subtly guiding human motion, profoundly shaping sensory experience, and softly whispering secrets to those who pause long enough to genuinely listen. Within these humble yet profoundly significant spaces, the enduring dialogue between the art of architecture, the pursuit of knowledge, and the allure of secrecy continues to unfold, silently imparting wisdom across centuries. Labyrinths have consistently enthralled the human imagination, manifesting prominently in ancient myths, spiritual rituals, and architectural marvels. For the revered Knights Templar, these intricate patterns represented far more than mere ornamentation. They served as vibrant, living metaphors for profound spiritual quests, repositories of esoteric guidance, and symbolic transitions from the ordinary, earthly realm to the hallowed, sacred dimension. Every deliberate twist and turn, each precisely calculated curve within these designs, was imbued with deep significance, subtly directing the seeker through an unspoken pedagogical framework inscribed in stone and space. Within the magnificent Gothic cathedrals, labyrinths were frequently integrated into the very fabric of the floor, their convoluted, spiraling paths culminating at a central, focal point. Devout pilgrims and aspiring initiates would purposefully traverse these pathways, enacting a ritualistic progression that eloquently mirrored a spiritual ascent towards higher understanding. The profound act of walking such a labyrinth was recognized as both a contemplative and an instructional exercise. Fundamental elements such as geometric ratios, ordered sequences, and precise spatial orientations were subconsciously absorbed and assimilated as the body moved through the environment, forging a corporeal connection to wisdom in a manner that verbal explanations could never fully impart. Templar commanderies, too, incorporated intricate labyrinthine layouts, not only as instruments for spiritual contemplation, but also as highly practical mechanisms. Concealed corridors, clandestine staircases, and contiguous compartments were ingeniously designed to regulate access, guiding individuals towards significant areas while simultaneously obscuring other zones from casual observation. In this sophisticated way, the labyrinth fulfilled dual roles of covertness and pedagogy, seamlessly merging the mystical with the utilitarian. The profound symbolism of the labyrinth extends far beyond its tangible physical root. Its volutes and sinuous trajectories echo universal and organic designs, resonating with cosmic and natural patterns that signify the recurring phases of existence, development, and regeneration. By integrating these archetypal forms into their architecture, the Templars created edifices that were not inert, but evolving, imparting lessons that progressively revealed themselves as the individual navigated, perceived, and contemplated their surroundings. Each bend in the path presented a fresh opportunity to discern geometric harmony, spatial orientation, or a concealed emblem, constituting a segment of an ongoing, silent dialogue that bridged centuries. These sophisticated labyrinthine designs also managed to persist beyond the dissolution of the Templars, safeguarded through craft fraternities and vocational training systems. During the Renaissance, master builders adeptly integrated winding corridors, rectilinear routes, and elaborate pavement patterns into grand residences, public edifices, and private sanctuaries. Even in the contemporary realm of urban development, subtle resonances of labyrinthine configurations are discernible in pedestrian routes, landscape arrangements, and the interiors of exhibition spaces, implying a discrete legacy of spatial intelligence and embedded pedagogical principles. These pathways, therefore, transcend mere physicality. They are profoundly cognitive. Traversing a labyrinth activates and stimulates memory, perception, and intuition, imparting knowledge that is absorbed subconsciously, without the need for conscious effort. Hidden ratios, helical progressions, and intersecting directional lines become ingrained in the psyche, guaranteeing that the Templar code persists through lived encounters as profoundly as through tangible artifacts. The labyrinth further epitomizes the dynamic interaction between overtness and clandestineness, a distinguishing characteristic of Templar design. Its convoluted turns simultaneously obscure and disclose, orchestrating a regulated progression of revelation. Wisdom is unveiled incrementally, never in a single, sudden burst, thereby requiring focused scrutiny, steadfast perseverance, and heightened consciousness from those who endeavor to comprehend its depths. In this nuanced approach, the labyrinth eloquently parallels the Templar pedagogical methodology, subtle, persistent, and imbued with profound significance. In contemporary settings, labyrinths persistently enthrall. Elaborate horticultural puzzles, art installations within institutional spaces, and contemplative pedestrian routes invite introspection, directing human perception through designs that appear both organic and intentional. While the Templars themselves might not have consciously designed every modern labyrinth, the fundamental tenets they safeguarded, movement as instruction, environment as storytelling, and structural form as a navigational aid, resonate powerfully within these lasting manifestations. The labyrinthine path, then, represents both a progression and an educational experience, simultaneously structural art and teaching methodology. It is a realm where esoteric wisdom encounters lived reality, where spatial science and abstract meaning unite to educate the physical, intellectual, and spiritual self. And as one traverses these routes, whether with deliberate awareness or subconscious perception, one participates in a heritage that extends across millennia, discerning the lasting impact of a fraternity whose principles persist in the most discreet manners. Pervading the structural designs of the Templars, concealed compartments and secure strong rooms stand as mute custodians of profound secrets. These areas were frequently intentionally obscured, reachable solely by individuals privy to the encrypted principles, be they novitiates, reliable craftsmen, or senior brethren of the fraternity. Beyond an apparently unremarkable partition, under an unassuming ground level, or encased within a winding ascent, invaluable wisdom, sacred artifacts, or pedagogical directives might remain unmolested for many hundreds of years. Templar vaults transcended mere warehousing. They functioned as treasuries of hallowed and utilitarian wisdom. Handwritten scrolls, emblematic artifacts, and encrypted schematics potentially reposed within these concealed compartments, meticulously preserved from religious investigators, marauders, and the destructive passage of epochs. The fabrication of such areas demanded supreme skill. Exact spatial relationships, accurate orientation, and harmonious scale ensured that the clandestine rooms stayed imperceptible, yet architecturally robust. These covert areas also conveyed messages non-verbally. Their positioning within the edifice, their interaction with illumination, and their orientation along exterior lines could indicate purpose or hierarchical standing for those schooled in their interpretation. A compartment beneath a winding ascent or beyond an embellished archway served as both a protective measure and an instructional tool, imparting knowledge through architectural intent and directing the informed through a topographical comprehension of the Templar principles. Even during the period of cultural rebirth, hidden chambers endured, albeit their function transformed. Academics and master builders of the Renaissance preserved wisdom via personal research rooms, clandestine book collections, and elaborate connecting routes. The identical fundamental tenets, the convergence of spatial science, harmonious scale, and abstract meaning, persisted in dictating the positioning of these secret spaces. Architecture itself transformed into a conduit of ongoing tradition, conveying the Templars' veiled instructional methods into subsequent epochs. Contemporary equivalences are discernible in secure strongboxes, concealed compartments, and structural enigmas integrated within present-day edifices. While the objective might be utilitarian instead of esoteric, the approach reflects Templar inventiveness, employing shape, orientation, and clandestine entry to safeguard that which is precious or perilous. Even the straightforward choice to hide an area beyond a partition or below a ground level represents a building methodology founded upon ages of concealed wisdom. Secure strong rooms and concealed compartments similarly impact human perception. Their hidden nature sharpens sensory awareness, fostering keen scrutiny, deliberate consciousness, and vigilant regard for one's surroundings. Each entryway, clandestine grip, or incised emblem transforms into an indicator, strengthening the notion that structural design imparts knowledge via exploration. It represents a nuanced instructional approach, molding consciousness and engagement in manners that persistently echo in the present era. Arguably, the most remarkable characteristic of these areas is their lasting resilience. Ages of transformation, destruction, and refurbishment have frequently spared concealed compartments from harm. Their safeguarding serves as an affirmation of the cleverness of the Templars and those who followed them, a tangible manifestation of wisdom persisting mutely. The principles, formerly concrete and presently conceptual, consistently endure within these locales, anticipating revelation by those sensitive to their existence. When one investigates the remaining edifices belonging to grand churches, royal residences, and public institutions, one might discern the faint outlines of these hidden chambers. A minor unevenness in a pavement, an incongruously positioned block, or a bricked-up entrance could suggest an enigma lying outside direct apprehension. The Templar heritage in this context is simultaneously utilitarian and esoteric. It imparts prudence, keen scrutiny, and the understanding that the deepest wisdom is frequently imperceptible, safeguarded within the lasting idiom of structural design itself. Concealed compartments and secure strongrooms stand as mute testaments to a persistent set of principles, safeguarding instructions and mysteries throughout epochs. They impress upon us that genuine wisdom is seldom explicitly displayed. It persists via meticulous planning, judicious secrecy, and the continuous succession of custodians who comprehended that what lies hidden is frequently of paramount importance. The Templars' impact persists not merely in overt magnificence, but within these nuanced, clandestine areas that eloquently communicate to those possessing discerning sight. Orientation has consistently held a pivotal role in structural design. Yet for the Templars, its significance transcended mere visual appeal. It represented a guiding doctrine, a comprehensive chart connecting the terrestrial, the celestial, and the ethereal. Each central vector, each precisely delineated segment, each directional setting was imbued with profound significance, directing both physical navigation and sensory apprehension, subtly imparting wisdom to those sufficiently observant to perceive. Templar ecclesiastical structures and military monastic headquarters frequently corresponded with astronomical phenomena. The summer and winter solstices, the vernal and autumnal equinoxes, and significant stellar configurations determined the directional placement of structural partitions, fenestrations, and semicircular recesses. These orientations were far from haphazard. They converted edifices into precise devices, connecting mortal endeavors with the periodic movements of the celestial sphere, impressing upon adherents that terrestrial life reflects a grander, universal arrangement. Linear routes traversing courtyards, thoroughfares, and inner spaces additionally strengthen the emphasis on orientation. The meticulous placement of entrances, grand gateways, and curved supports orchestrates a deliberate sequence of focus, channeling visual perception and physical progression along pre-established trajectories. Guests, regardless of their explicit recognition, are led through a carefully composed spatial encounter that reflects the fundamental tenets of the Templars, instilling instruction in harmonious scale, precise orientation, and sequential rhythm. The Renaissance, a period of profound cultural rebirth, absorbed these foundational teachings. Palaces, public squares, and communal areas were meticulously crafted following these exact guiding tenets, thereby guaranteeing a profound sense of aesthetic balance, structural coherence, and an understated conveyance of deeper meaning. Even as explicit theological iconography became less pronounced, the intrinsic rationale behind precise orientation and spatial arrangement maintained its unwavering presence, unequivocally demonstrating the indelible mark left by the Templar order on the human perception and organization of space. Consequently, urban designers, structural engineers, and master builders consistently applied these principles, safeguarding an unspoken, unbroken lineage of architectural philosophy that extends seamlessly into contemporary times. Modern urban planning unmistakably mirrors this inherited architectural wisdom. Thoroughfares emanating from a central point, culminating dramatically at significant public statues or memorial structures. Grand, elongated public squares serving as elegant conduits between prominent governmental or communal edifices, and towering high-rises meticulously positioned to interact dynamically with the diurnal progression of sunlight, all resonate with the identical foundational grammar of harmonious scale and precise directional positioning. While the contemporary motivation behind such designs might not be rooted in esoteric or spiritual beliefs, the fundamental tenets persist undiminished. This deliberate spatial ordering profoundly influences how individuals apprehend their surroundings, projects an undeniable sense of institutional power, and subtly orchestrates the human journey through an environment, unobtrusively perpetuating the sophisticated craftsmanship and philosophical underpinnings established by those venerable builders of antiquity. Alignment in architecture further serves as a powerful nonverbal communicator of importance and a deliberate focal point. Primary linear pathways invariably steer the gaze towards sacred ceremonial sites, decorative water features, or significant commemorative structures, establishing their preeminence. Lesser, ancillary alignments gently shepherd pedestrian flow and subtly channel human perception across a space. In doing so, the built environment transforms into an eloquent instructor, silently influencing how individuals perceive, choose, and understand their surroundings, entirely bypassing the need for verbal instruction. The ingenious system of design employed by the Templars finds its continued existence within this meticulous spatial arrangement, imbuing profound insights directly into the routes and trajectories we instinctively traverse. Furthermore, this precise orientation accentuates and solidifies the esoteric principles embedded within sacred geometric forms. The profound interplay of perfect circular forms contained within rectilinear boundaries, the dynamic convergence of helical patterns with cardinal directional lines, and the cruciform layouts of foundational structures are entirely contingent upon their exact and deliberate spatial positioning. Every distinct component acquires its full interpretative significance exclusively through its accurate and intentional placement relative to others, thereby generating a rich tapestry of interwoven teachings, discernible only to those who approach with a keen and discerning eye. The impact resonates simultaneously on a tangible, corporeal level and an intangible, metaphysical plane. Precisely scaled environments, fluid and graceful progression through them, and deeply ingrained emblematic echoes all coalesce, forging an unspoken, profound exchange that transcends the vast expanse of historical epochs. Perhaps the most remarkable triumph of the Templars' enduring heritage of spatial ordering lies in its capacity to remain largely unperceived. It subtly molds human encounters with the built environment without any explicit declaration of its influence, instills profound insights and wisdom without requiring any verbal elucidation, and perseveres resiliently through the passage of historical eras, across diverse construction materials, and through myriad architectural aesthetics. From the austere fortifications and religious complexes of the Middle Ages to to the bustling, technologically advanced metropolises of today, this fundamental principle of orientation consistently acts as a directional cue, an instructor, and a custodian of ancient wisdom. It manifests as an understated power, delicate in its manifestation, yet unwavering in its influence, serving as a poignant testament to the fact that the deepest and most impactful insights frequently imbue our consciousness without our conscious recognition of the learning process. Notwithstanding the relentless vertical expansion of contemporary urban landscapes, the encoded wisdom of the Templars maintains its presence within the overarching profile of metropolitan areas, manifesting its subtle influence through the elegant verticality of steeples, the majestic curves of cupolas, and the sharp, geometric pinnacles of contemporary high-rise structures. The distinctive outlines etched against the sky transcend mere utilitarian purpose. Rather, they stand as eloquent declarations of harmonious scale, precise spatial configuration, and profound emblematic significance, thereby perpetuating an ongoing conversation initiated countless generations past. Articulated through the enduring mediums of masonry and construction, the ecclesiastical edifices and fortified settlements of the Templar order frequently accentuated their surroundings with towering architectural features, meticulously crafted to elevate the human gaze skyward, symbolically bridging the terrestrial realm with the celestial sphere. Imposing campaniles, slender defensive towers, and pointed steeples served as compelling focal points within the visual field, directing the eye and harmonizing the viewer's position with points of spiritual importance or astronomical significance. Through this deliberate design, the very structure of buildings transformed into an educational medium, imparting knowledge through spatial arrangement and sensory experience. Contemporary high-rise constructions, whether by conscious design choice or through an unconscious inheritance of aesthetic principles, strikingly replicate these ancient architectural configurations. The elegant diminution of roof lines, the sharp upward thrust of pinnacles, and the emphatic linearity of structural elements collectively generate an impression of lofty ambition, commanding presence, or singular concentration, thereby directing the viewer's perception in a manner that distinctly recalls the purposeful design philosophies of the Middle Ages. Furthermore, elevated green spaces atop buildings, astronomical viewing platforms, or sophisticated luminous artistic displays invariably embody the foundational tenets of spatial orientation and harmonious scale, principles deeply embedded in the geometric doctrines attributed to the Templar order. A specific lexicon of symbolic emblems consistently recurs throughout successive historical periods, discernible within the urban panorama to the discerning observer. The venerable forms of cruciform designs, stylized floral patterns, and perfectly rounded decorative elements integrated into the exterior surfaces or crowning features of buildings, directly reflect and emulate the intricate iconography formerly chiseled into the stone of magnificent Gothic ecclesiastical structures. Such emblematic figures serve a purpose far beyond mere ornamentation. Instead, they ingeniously encrypt profound significance, subtly forging a connective tissue between modern architectural expressions and their venerable antecedents. This sophisticated vernacular comprised of form, scale, and spatial direction effortlessly traverses the boundaries of chronological eras, thereby unveiling an unbroken intellectual thread that endures remarkably, even when the identities of the initial creators have faded from collective memory. The collective profile of urban structures against the horizon transforms into sophisticated cartographic representation. The deliberate linear connections between distinct edifices, the carefully orchestrated visual pathways extending from one significant landmark to another, and the harmoniously scaled distances separating structural components, all collectively betray the presence of an unseen, underlying organizational matrix that subtly directs human observation. Individuals traversing these environments might experience an innate feeling of equilibrium and systematic arrangement, even without intellectually grasping the precise reasons for this sensation. This phenomenon stands as compelling evidence of the lasting efficacy of the lessons in spatial design, meticulously transmitted through generations, originating with the Templars and subsequently embraced by their architectural inheritors. Furthermore, the dynamic interplay of illumination engages with the urban silhouette to underscore and deepen these concealed pedagogical principles. The elongated silhouettes projected by towering steeples during the liminal hours of sunrise or sunset intricately delineate transient designs across thoroughfares and public squares, thereby resonating with the didactic interplay of light and shadow that once illuminated the cloistered spaces and sacred interiors of medieval architectural ensembles. Transparent roof apertures, majestic structures clad in shimmering glass, and polished facades that mirror their surroundings further amplify this sophisticated dialogue between light and form, enabling the celestial illumination to imbue metropolitan structures with a palpable sense of vitality and movement, simultaneously bringing to light obscured geometric configurations and accentuating principles of spatial orientation through processes that are at once meticulously planned and serendipitously occurring. In its deepest essence, the aggregated profile of an urban center transcends the mere status of a scenic vista. Instead, it functions as a profound archive, brimming with interwoven significances, an expansive artistic surface upon which the enduring heritage of the Templar Order perpetually reveals itself. The Templars' sophisticated grasp of harmonious scale, precise spatial mathematics, and emblematic representation profoundly influences human sensory input, lived encounters, and even cognitive processes, thereby forging an indissoluble link between bygone eras and the contemporary moment. Irrespective of whether one observes the elegant pinnacle of a medieval Gothic cathedral or the sleek verticality of a contemporary corporate edifice, these fundamental symbolic elements endure, unobtrusively imparting wisdom to individuals possessing the acumen to perceive, decipher, and fully comprehend their embedded messages. Through these intricate dynamics, the entire urban environment metamorphoses into a vibrant, ongoing discourse, an eloquent exchange spanning the vast chasm of historical epochs, an overarching urban profile that imparts knowledge primarily through its inherent shapes, linear compositions, and distinctive contours. The profound impact of the Templar Order continues to manifest, not through explicit or ostentatious exhibitions, but rather through nuanced and understated direction, positioning the discipline of architecture as simultaneously a creative expression and a profound pedagogical tool. It is perceivable to the eye, yet simultaneously steeped in mystery and deeper meaning, serving as a potent reminder that profound, concealed wisdom is capable of enduring openly, readily accessible, yet often overlooked, perpetually aspiring towards the heavens, while unobtrusively molding the very fabric of our lived environment. Despite the passage of many hundreds of years since the formal dissolution of the Templar Order, their indelible impact persists, manifesting as a soft, pervasive murmur within the fundamental materials of modern construction: solid masonry, transparent panes, and resilient metal alloys. The concealed frameworks of meaning, the hallowed mathematical principles of spatial organization, and the meticulously oriented decorative elements all continue to exist, exerting their power in manners simultaneously understated and deeply significant, thereby extending an unspoken invitation for humanity to apprehend an environment richly imbued with significances that extend far beyond what is superficially apparent. These subtle communications do not manifest as overt proclamations or insistent commands. Rather, their presence is discerned through the fluid passage of individuals within an environment, in the deliberate orientation of architectural structures, and in the dynamic dance between illumination and obscurity. Consider the elegant ascent of a helical stairway, the enclosed tranquility of a central quadrangle, or the intricate beauty of a circular stained glass aperture. Every distinct component gently articulates its message, imparting lessons of harmonious scale, subtly directing human observation, and unveiling a deeper, concealed rationale to those receptive enough to truly notice. The unique mode of communication employed by the Templars, while understated in its delivery, demonstrates remarkable tenacity. Its profound pronouncements have persevered steadfastly across countless generations, weathering the tumultuous currents of human endeavor, strife, and societal transformation. Intriguingly, even when contemporary architectural practitioners conceive designs without explicit awareness of the Templars' historical heritage, they frequently, albeit inadvertently, replicate its foundational tenets. Long-established professional associations, time-honored techniques for spatial measurement and configuration, and ingrained artistic preferences collectively transmit vestiges of this ancient code across epochs, thereby forging an unbroken chain that connects the sophisticated craftsmanship of the medieval period with the methodologies of present-day construction. The fundamental teachings concerning spatial orientation, harmonious scale, and the deliberate placement of meaningful emblems are assimilated, disseminated through successive generations, and seamlessly woven into the very fabric of our constructed surroundings. This represents an unbroken lineage of practical application that endures remarkably, even when the foundational source of these principles has receded from collective memory. Within the opulent confines of private residences, across the expansive grandeur of civic squares, and throughout the soaring profiles of metropolitan vistas, these subtle communications persist. Concealed interior spaces, meticulously organized linear routes, curvilinear ascending forms, and precisely oriented building exteriors collectively convey profound insights from bygone eras. They serve as a powerful reminder that the art and science of building transcend simple utility or aesthetic embellishment, functioning instead as a potent vehicle for imparting wisdom, safeguarding ancient truths, and profoundly influencing human interaction with the environment. The Templar order possessed a deep comprehension that the most resilient and lasting teachings are those intrinsically woven into the very framework of a building, capable of withstanding the unpredictable turns and challenges of historical progression precisely because they are ingrained within the fundamental dimensions of space, the principles of harmonious scale, and the dynamics of human locomotion. Beyond their architectural implications, these subtle communications also offer profound insights into the intricacies of human sensory processing and cognitive awareness. The very structures we inhabit, The public spaces we traverse and the urban profiles we observe exert a discernible impact on our physical trajectories, the objects of our visual concentration, and our emotional states. The encoded principles of the Templars, meticulously integrated into this constructed landscape, gently steers human focus, encourages introspective thought, and inspires a profound sense of wonder. This particular mode of communication does not demand formal education or the ability to read written script, but rather necessitates an open receptivity, a calm endurance, and an inquisitive spirit. In this dynamic, the individual beholder transforms into an active participant, deciphering profound significances through their direct engagement and personal encounters, mirroring the experiential learning process undertaken by the initiates of ancient mystery traditions. Arguably, the deepest and most impactful characteristic of this persistent, subtle communication is its inherent welcoming gesture. It does not solicit blind adherence or immediate intellectual grasp, but rather gently requests a keen attentiveness and a profound, sustained reflection. The simple act of discerning a recurring motif, tracing the elegant curve of a helix, or adhering to a principal linear arrangement, constitutes an immediate engagement in a meaningful exchange with bygone eras. The profound communication originating from the Templars endures, not as an imperative directive, but rather as an illuminating navigational aid, serving as a nuanced impetus to investigate, comprehend, and meditate upon the concealed frameworks that fundamentally organize our lived reality. Consequently, the lasting heritage of the Templars persists, not through material wealth, written records, or political dominance, but profoundly through human encounters and lived sensations. The gentle intimation of the Templars' encoded wisdom permeates the very essence of built structures, the play of illumination, the principles of spatial mathematics, and the tenets of precise orientation, effortlessly traversing the vast expanse of historical time to resonate with the receptive individual. This enduring whisper serves as a powerful testament that profound insights can be safeguarded without explicit manifestation, that esoteric truths can persist without being openly divulged, and that the very fabric of our terrestrial existence may harbor wisdom far more ancient than we typically comprehend, patiently awaiting discovery by those possessing the inclination and capacity for deeper perception. The intricate system of principles attributed to the Templars is by no means confined solely to the annals of the past. Rather, its profound influence projects discernible effects that stretch forward, permeating the contemporary era. Contemporary architectural practitioners, metropolitan strategists, and creative designers frequently replicate foundational tenets that first emerged within the fortified religious complexes of the Middle Ages, the majestic sanctity of Gothic ecclesiastical structures, and the opulent grandeur of Renaissance noble residences, whether through deliberate artistic decision-making or via the unconscious transmission of established professional customs. The sophisticated vernacular composed of spatial mathematics, precise orientation, and harmonious scale continues its unwavering presence, thereby molding not merely the physical forms of constructed edifices, but profoundly influencing the very manner in which humanity perceives and interacts with its ambient environment. Observe the graceful spirals of a modern staircase, the deliberate axial layout of a civic plaza, or the circular motif embedded in a governmental building's design. Each instance echoes centuries-old instruction. Even in mundane structures, patterns of proportion, symmetry, and alignment persist, influencing perception and movement in subtle, often unnoticed ways. This legacy remains both silent and omnipresent. Esoteric fraternities, academic guilds, and fraternal orders may still preserve aspects of the Templar ethos, reinterpreting their principles for contemporary contexts. Architects and engineers, knowingly or not, integrate sacred geometry, symbolic motifs, and precise alignment into their designs, sustaining the flow of hidden knowledge. Thus, the Templar Code is less a relic than an enduring dialogue between time, craft, and perception. Public spaces, too, bear imprints of Templar influence. Urban squares, civic monuments, and museums often reflect alignment, proportion, and symbolic orientation, evocative of bygone eras. The subtle orchestration of movement, sight lines, and perspective conveys lessons in order and harmony, guiding the observer without instruction, as the Templars intended long ago. The Templar presence extends beyond architecture. Their understanding of secrecy, symbolism, and coded instruction offers insight into human cognition and social structures. By embedding knowledge in forms that endure beyond individual lifespans, they ensured continuity, teaching lessons that unfold through observation and experience. Thus, their influence permeates not only buildings, but the very way humans interact with space, order, and meaning. One might dismiss these echoes as coincidence or aesthetic choice, but their recurrence, precision, and context suggest otherwise. From spiraling staircases to skylit atriums, from axial plazas to hidden courtyards, patterns emerge that defy accidental explanation. The Templars' subtle promptings continue to guide, instruct, and inspire, reaching across centuries to influence modern design. As one navigates streets, enters public buildings, or gazes upon city skylines, an invisible yet enduring presence may be sensed. It is the shadow of an order that understood hidden knowledge, the subtle guidance of geometry, and instruction embedded in space itself. The Templar Code persists, shaping our environment, experience, and perception, quietly affirming that even in the modern world, the past continues its dialogue. As this journey through stone, steel, and light concludes, a persistent question remains. Are the patterns, alignments, and symbols truly coincidental? Or are they the enduring hand of the Templars, spanning centuries to guide, teach, and reveal secrets still hidden from many? Every spiral staircase, vaulted ceiling, and axial plaza reminds us that architecture is more than shelter. It is a language. Each alignment with the sun, every hidden chamber, and every carefully measured ratio suggests a deliberate intent to encode knowledge in ways that transcend time, observation, and even memory. The Templars' wisdom endures not solely in monuments, but in the experience of navigating these spaces, in their subtle influence on perception, and in the continuity of craftsmanship across generations. Even today, as one traverses cities or gazes upon skylines, this code may be at work, subtly shaping attention, guiding the gaze, and influencing understanding of the surrounding world. Although not consciously perceived, the structures around us continue to convey lessons, mysteries, and echoes of an order that sought to preserve knowledge far beyond its own lifetime. Could contemporary architects, knowingly or not, perpetuate this legacy? Do skyscraper spirals, circular plazas, and axial alignments reflect ancient teachings from guilds, apprenticeships, and cultural memory? Or are these patterns merely aesthetic coincidences, reflecting human tendencies towards symmetry and proportion? The definitive answer remains tantalizingly elusive, as it has for centuries. What is certain, however, is that the Templars' legacy endures in both visible and invisible ways. From Gothic cathedrals to modern towers, from hidden courtyards to sunlit atriums, their code continues to influence architecture, perception, and the human experience of space. These whispers invite curiosity, observation, and reflection. They form a subtle dialogue between past and present, the seen and the hidden. As one steps back, pauses, and observes inhabited spaces, a quiet presence of history, instruction, and mystery may emerge. Perhaps the Templars are not truly gone. Perhaps they speak still, not through words, but through the enduring language of geometry, light, and form. Ultimately, the question lingers. Are these patterns simply coincidence, or echoes of a code that continues to guide and inspire those who discern it? For now, the answer remains suspended in the shadows of stone and steel. This closing whisper invites each observer to join a journey of discovery, to look closely, and to wonder at the hidden depths of the world around us.